I would like to call this meeting of April 3rd, 2024 to order. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate?
Here.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Here.
Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Here.
Dr. Varda?
Here. I'd like to thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us today, and we are live streaming our meeting. Please stand and join us this afternoon in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there a motion to approve today's meeting agenda?
I motion to approve today's meeting agenda as presented in board docs.
Is there a second? Second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for today's meeting of April 3rd, 2024 is presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes. The agenda is approved. The purpose of our first topic this afternoon is for the board to receive a presentation and have the opportunity to discuss district staff recommendations to surplus 5 former Jeffco school sites. As a reminder to the board and our listening public, a process for property disposition was established in January 2023 and is posted on the district website. This process includes an ongoing advisory committee, as well as localized ad hoc committees based on the location of each property that the board has surplused. Tonight, the board will study the district's recommendation to surplus 5 properties: Glennon Heights Elementary and Vivian Elementary in Lakewood, and Peck Elementary, Thompson Elementary, and Parr Elementary in Arvada. The board will consider a vote on surplus on April 11th, and if we do so, there will be a comprehensive district-led process that includes collaborating with our municipal partners and communicating and engaging with immediate neighbors. Before I hand this off to Mr. Gatlin, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, President Parker. I'm looking forward for Mr. Gatlin and Ms. Ralou to update you on the district's latest recommendation for property surplus, and pending the conversation and discussion that the board has tonight, possible vote next week or in the near future. So we look forward to the conversation. I'll be listening intently and considering what the board might need to make some decisions about this next round. So thank you. And with that, Mr. Gatlin.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, President Parker and the board. Appreciate the time today to study this recommendation with you. President Parker, you always do a nice job summarizing the intent. But to recap a bit, the purpose is to recommend the surplus of 5 sites in accordance with our policy DN. It does trigger our disposition process with the goal of resulting in a long-term lease or sale of each property. And as you know, and as you are getting familiar with our first wave of properties, the board will have the ultimate say on any type of contract or approval to sell the property when we get to that point in the process. So the recommendation is around 5 sites. Really, they're divided in 2 municipalities, but multiple articulation areas within each of those municipality. Peck Elementary School in the Arvada articulation area, Thompson in the Arvada articulation area, Parr in the Pomona area, and then in the Lakewood municipality, Glennon Heights, which is also in the Lakewood High School articulation area, and Vivian or New Classical Academy in the Wheat Ridge articulation area. So why surplus? There is criteria that we've established that we want to ensure have been met. And for these particular sites, all of these criteria have been met. Students affected by the closure of these sites have been successfully accommodated in other schools. Operational schools within a 3.5-mile radius have adequate space for more students, and we'll look at some of those numbers in a moment. Long-term enrollment projections do not indicate significant growth. And a bundled approach within municipalities has been recommended by our advisors and it's in our best interest as we move these properties through the disposition process. So the data that we're presenting today is really data we've presented for previous recommendations that the board has made. And really that's been a work in progress around information and data that the board has asked as we go through these. There's a lot of information per site. So we did our best to bring what we felt were the most relevant parts of that data to the presentation. And there are subsequent pieces of information included in the appendix for reference. So just so you know that that really this was the culmination of working with you, working with the board around what information would be most helpful, what information would be needed, what would you want to know, so you'd feel comfortable and confident in ultimately making a recommendation. So with Glennon Heights in the Lakewood articulation area, just some of the information about the property, 7.13 acres, mostly surrounded by single-family homes. As you start to zoom out a bit, you do get into multifamily apartments, office, and commercial. The articulation area elementary schools are Belmar, Ivor, Slater, and South Lakewood, and you can see the distances of each of those. Excuse me. The new boundary elementary school for Glennon Heights was Belmar. One of the areas of interest was access to transit. There is RTD access. We used about a half a mile distance to make a determination if access is close by, and there is an RTD route in the proximity, and of course sales price to be determined on this one. The building itself, built in 1955, 34,702 square feet, 14 classrooms, had a capacity for 327 students. The FCI, which we talked about at the last board meeting, was 17.5. There were 2018 CIP improvements and investments made in this building to the tune of about $528,000. It was vacant in June of 2023, and it's currently not being used. A couple notes on, or one note on this is that the FCI that we're using was from our most recently published summary of findings that we put out every year. And so that was calculated after the 22-23 school year. And that'll be consistent across the template that we're using for all of these sites. So why surplus Glennon Heights? And really the criteria we're looking at is, do we have capacity not only in the elementary schools in the articulation area, but also the elementary schools within 3.5 mile radius of the school. And so you can see, if we just look at the elementary articulation area schools, we're experiencing about 69.4% utilization in those schools. So we feel comfortable knowing that we have room, although we're not projecting that we're going to need room. And then if you look at, and you zoom out a little bit further, and really you start to get into schools that are outside of that articulation area, but within the 3.5 mile radius, there's more seats, although, and the percentage goes up as well as far as utilization. One note was we don't include PK in these calculations. PK isn't consistent. It's not always an apples to apples comparison. And it's pretty variable too, where we have flexibility in locations of preschool programs. So when we're looking at capacities, we are looking at K-5. Long-term enrollment projections do not indicate growth in this area. And one thing we did want to make note that we've added in this deck is, as it relates to the schools and the sites that are operating within the 3.5 mile radius, could we add on if something happened, enrollment way down the road did start to increase, could we add capacity at schools? And we had our facilities team do an assessment of all of these locations and looking at site constraints and things like that. We feel confident that at Belmar we could probably build on up to about a 4 classroom addition. There really isn't much room at Foothills. And we could also do the same 4 classroom addition at Kendrick Lakes, just so you have that information as well. So that'll be the flow as we go through the rest of the sites. New Classical Academy at Vivian is in the Wheat Ridge articulation area. It's a little over a 10-acre site. Similar surroundings. mostly multifamily homes. And as we start to zoom out, we get into multifamily apartments, office, and commercial. The articulation area, elementary schools, Kohler Strand, which is closed, Maple Grove, Peak at Pennington, Prospect Valley, Stevens, Stover, and then Wilmore Davis, which is closed as well. The Boundary Elementary School is Stover, and there are a couple routes, a couple buses that provide accessibility through RTD. The building itself, built in 1953, a little over 33,000 square feet, 14 classrooms, 291 student capacity, had an FCI of 15.3. There were a little over $2 million of 2018 CIP investments made in the facility. Vacancy date was June 2023. As far as the capacity and utilization of the articulation area schools and the schools within the 3.5 mile radius, you can see that there are 366 seats within the articulation area, a utilization of about 85%. And then as we zoom out, the utilization drops down and the number of seats increases, but the utilization drops to about 74%. Long-term enrollment projections, we are not anticipating growth in the Wheat Ridge articulation area. And within the 3.5 mile radius of Vivian, the following buildings may have opportunity for building expansion if ever needed. Slater, we feel, could accommodate a 4 or 5 classroom addition. Stover had a recent addition completed, so that's not available. Iber, just based on site constraints, it's not available either, and Prospect Valley had a recent addition completed as well. Moving on to Peck in Arvada, 7.52 acre site. Again, mostly single family homes. There's definitely some themes here. Multifamily apartments, office, and commercial. Really, as you start to zoom out and get to some of the more major road arteries is where you start to see some of those come into play. The articulation area schools, Arvada Gate will be closing. Fitzmaurice is closed. Hackberry Hill, Lawrence, Seacrest, and Swanson are all in that area. Thompson is closed as well. The new Boundary Elementary School for this site was Seacrest, and there really wasn't proximate RTD access to the site. The building itself, built in 1966, just under 43,000 square feet, 18 classrooms, capacity of 423, an FCI of 16.3, $2.3 million roughly in CIP improvements, and became vacant in June as well. So as far as utilization goes, as it relates to Peck, if we look at the elementary articulation area schools, we see about 748 excess seats available, which is a utilization of those facilities of about 63%. And then if we zoom out and look at a larger radius, about 3.5 miles, you see there's a significant number of seats with of just under 2,000 with a utilization of a little over 71%. Long-term enrollment projections, again, we're not indicating growth in this area as well in the Arvada articulation area. But again, within the 3.5 mile radius, the following may have opportunity for expansion. Lawrence, we really didn't see an opportunity on that site, but at Seacrest and Swanson, we felt like there could be an approximate 4 classroom addition if needed. Moving on to Thompson. This feels a little redundant, but I appreciate going through each one in this format. Again, the Arvada articulation area, 9.39 acres, similar surroundings as the previous sites. The articulation area elementary schools, again, Arvada, we include Arvada Gate in there, although we'll be closing after this year. Fitzmaurice, which is closed, Hackberry Hill, Lawrence, Peck, Seacrest, and Swanson. The new Boundary School for these kiddos was Swanson, and there is proximate access to RTD via Route Bus 51. The building was built in 1973. just under 49,000 square feet, 23 classrooms, capacity for about 500, an FCI of 5.2, just under $3 million of 2018 CIP improvements into that building. And it became vacant in June of 2023. And then as far as utilization goes, in the elementary articulation area schools, excess number of seats of about 748, utilization of just under 63%. And when we zoom out to the 3.5 mile radius, over 2,000 excess seats and a similar utilization rate, just over 63%. Again, not anticipating growth in the Arvada articulation area. And within a 3.5 mile radius of Thompson, we may have opportunity for expansion, not at Hackberry Hill, but potential up to 4 classroom addition at Little Swanson and Seacrest. PAR. In the Pomona articulation area, 13.45 acres, surrounded by single-family homes, multifamily apartments, office, and commercial, similar to most. The articulation area elementary school is Little, Warder, Weber, and Zerger. And the New Boundary Elementary School was Little. RTD Route 51 is proximate. There is Far Horizons Park on the south side of this site, which is about a 5.3 acre parcel that is maintained by the city of Arvada at this location. The building itself was built in 1969, 33,602 square feet, 14 classrooms, capacity of 312, an FCI of 25.4, just under $1 million in 2018 CIP improvements, and the vacancy in June of 2023. As far as the utilization rates, within the elementary articulation area schools, 419 excess seats exist, just under 70% utilization. And within the 3.5 mile radius, a little over 1,900 seats exist, or 63.58% utilization. Again, we're not anticipating growth in this area. And the following buildings within the 3.5 mile radius of park could be expanded if ever needed. Little for about a 4 classroom addition, and Swanson as well. Hackberry Hill and Adams, again, are not available for an addition. Okay, so that kind of sums up a lot of the data around those particular sites, and I know we'll get into some questions and have a conversation about that. Did want to just also highlight some of the future sites that if the board does decide to vote to surplus what's being recommended tonight, are still will still be forthcoming, and you can see them broken down by municipality, and possibly we're starting to form would this be possibly the next round, maybe a third round, starting to try to organize the sites in that way as well. Moore Middle School is highlighted red. We're looking at an internal opportunity for possible law enforcement pathway to use the Moore building, so that's why it's in red. And Pfeiffer's in red because it's actually performing the obligation of a COP that we have right now, so we can't get rid of Pfeiffer quite yet. I believe it's maybe a couple more years-ish, but we'll make sure that we're planning accordingly, but that's why that's called out as well. And then there's a lot of information in the appendix. There are articulation maps there, and I apologize, there was a duplicate map of the Pomona area that was shown for Wheat Ridge, so we tried to correct that. I believe that's updated now in the deck, but also some of that other information that the board had asked for reference, but felt like the more pertinent information was the information that we went through during the main part of the presentation. So definitely want to open up to questions, thoughts, and make sure you have what you need.
Thank you very much. Board, are there some questions? Dr. Varda?
I just have two. One on the last slide, you have Witt Elementary on there, and I've been hearing about Lucas, which was the receiving school for Witt, being already overly full and adding, I think, 2 classes next year without classrooms for them. The band is in the library. I think some classrooms are being recommended they move their filing cabinets to the hallways. So I'm surprised to see Witt there. I just wonder, what are we doing in situations like that when the school is already full and we're suggesting we don't need the building next to it, and the surrounding school, the other accepting school, is also very full in that Westminster area?
Dr. Varda, thank you for that question. So one of the things that we're doing is in some of the schools where we're experiencing that are getting close to capacity, partially it's the need to, they were accepting a lot of choice in their buildings before the mergers to fill up the school. And so they have to change how they, basically the acceptance of choice so that they can accommodate all the boundary students. And because our schools, we combined schools that were both sort of half full, there's been a need to educate our principals a little bit more on the choice process and how that works. So it takes a little bit of time, but the enrollment is projected to start declining again. So we don't necessarily believe we have long-term issues, and what we're trying to do in the short term is work with schools on the utilization of their space and support them where we can in getting the space they need by making some adjustments. We also have the same issue where schools were accepting a lot of choice previously to fill spots in their buildings. They were also utilizing space in a manner that you might utilize space when you have more space than you need and you spread out. And so it's an adjustment to adjust to space. And we've walked buildings with our facilities folks, but just being able, a lot of our schools haven't had built-in bookcases or high, shelving and things. And so we've relied on things that take up more space, but there are ways for us to give our schools what they need, and with built-ins and other things. So we're trying to work school by school to make accommodations.
I do hope we take a look at schools like Lucas, which appear to be using every inch of their space when I visited there last, especially the places they used to use as storage that are now already being used. So I worry about that. And then what I heard you saying is there's been a lot of choice in. And so I hope that sometime in the future we're talking about capping enrollment at schools, or just working on that. So, and which leads me to my other area of question, which is in the Arvada articulation area, the proposal to close PEC concerns me because, or to not, it's closed, to dispose of PEC, because I'm looking at the map on page 37 or on slide 37 or 38. I don't know which, it's the number below. So 38. Because in that articulation area, I understand that we have Swanson and Seacrest open, but on the west side of Wadsworth, which in this large map area, the only elementary school that's still operating, except for one other charter school, Lincoln Academy is over there, Campbell's there, but it's the early childhood center now, is Lawrence. And Lawrence also is very, very full. In fact, I know can't accept most of the K-8 elementary kids who want to go there because it's full. And so there is no other elementary school on the west side. So if a family moves into the west side of Wadsworth, their only option is to cross over to the east side to other areas. And so I understand that we cover the Peck area with the Seacrest elementary area, but it just concerns me if you drive that area. I know we have Fremont on the map here and Vanderhoof, but those are not where they're located on this map. It's just showing that's the elementary area. They're like further west. They're not on that edge right there. It's really like almost an elementary school desert in that area. I mean, we only have Lawrence, and then we have Warder up here. And I'm really concerned for that area. So, and so you said it's not growing, but we have overcrowded school, like say at Three Creeks, and here now at Lucas right above it. And if those children were to opt back in, or we stopped accepting their choice into those other schools, can we accept them? I understand we have lots of space. This is quite a span of geographic space. So I have a lot of concern for being prepared to dispose of Peck at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Varda. I think that's appreciate that point. And we were at the Arvada City Council meeting a few weeks ago. There was a city council member who made a comment about coming from Texas and that none of the elementary schools that in his school from where he grew up have closed because of how far away they are from one another. And our schools have been really close together, which has been hard for us to sustain them all. And so as they get further apart, I think there's certainly all the things you brought up are valid, and the long-term sustainability question too is, do they become more sustainable? So I think those are all things to consider. But I hear what you're saying.
Well, maybe I can just add one thing, because Seacrest and Swanson are quite close to each other, and so we made that decision to do that and not to disperse the schools a little bit farther apart. In retrospect, that's challenging because we got too kind of close together here while creating a very vast space of no school to the west of it. In retrospect, now that we've closed K-8, we need to look at that. We need to look at the fact that Swanson and Seacrest are very close to each other. They're both very small. Can we sustain having two very close to each other while there's no school to the west of that had we had a school there and not these two right close to each other, we might be able to sustain more of that articulation area across those different areas. So, honestly, if someone moves into the Peck area, I don't know where they're supposed to go to school. Is it closer to go to one of Warder or Fremont, or drive over to the east side to these two schools that are close together? So I just hope we look at not just the decision we've made, but did we make the right decisions on buildings to keep open? Because going forward, when I look at this, we have two schools just like this and then nothing here. That doesn't really make a lot of sense in what you just said. So I hope that we would consider the bigger system of locations when we make these pretty important decisions.
Director Applegate. Thank you. I just have a few quick ones, and one of them is notably that every school has had investment made in the last 5 years, ranging in prices or costs, excuse me. Were any of these improvements, do we think we're going to realize value in a potential sale process from the improvements made?
I think that's a bit of an unknown until we see what the proposals are. And I know that's maybe a little unsettling to the board right now, but that is something we wanted to be open and transparent about. That is the landscape of this, and that's part of this process, part of the decisions that need to be made. And so maybe, but it'll depend, and I think time will tell. And I know it's not a concrete answer to your question, but that's the reality.
Thank you. I know we're not anticipating growth in the majority of these areas, and remind me, I know you've shared this with us, remind me where we are basing that assumption on. So when we say we're not anticipating growth for these schools, what are we basing that on?
As far as our enrollment
Enrollment.
projections are concerned, I'm not as familiar with that process, Lisa. Maybe you could help out with that.
Yeah, I mean, we have a planning team led by Shawneen, who you all have met before, and so we have a process and by which we calculate enrollment projections. We also are notified and look at developments that that we're aware of and that cities tell or make us aware of, and we have a calculation for how many students we might expect to come. So a bunch of stuff comes together to help us understand, and of course we are also looking at the demographics provided by the state demographer as well. So that's where, and all of this, by the way, I should make a plug for our FCB dashboard because it is publicly available on our FCB dashboard in terms of the projections, and we look at those. We are, I think we've been pretty close. We definitely see an opportunity to get tighter on enrollment projections. There's just there's some new technology and things that are being used by districts and cities around the country, and so we're looking at those things as well. But our track record is pretty good. So we have a formula that we use that then just spits out the projections.
I'll add to that too that there's very limited development in a lot of these areas. They're pretty landlocked. But to Lisa's point, our team is engaged with the cities, with the municipalities when land use applications come in or when a development might be coming. So we have a pretty good read on where development may come, where future development may occur. And there's not a whole lot of that happening in these areas. There is some happening, and that's we'll talk about those in the northwest part of Arvada and down in the Red Rocks area as well. But that's really where a majority of it's occurring. So based on demographic data that we have, that's painting a pretty clear picture.
We have a methodology that is pretty typically used by school districts to run projections and consider new developments and how many students might yield from a particular type of development, whether it's single family or multifamily. And so if it's interesting to the board, we could provide in your weekly update some information about that formulaic process that we go through to sort of generate the enrollment projections. And if you go to the FCB dashboard, you will see these enrollment projections, projected out into future years. And again, they're projections, so they may not be accurate. But there is some mathematics and data that goes into the assumptions that the team makes. And it's how we have to kind of plan ahead related to budget, but also then related to facility planning.
It would, if you don't mind sharing that link for the FCB dashboard, that would be helpful. And I do think it would be helpful to have that understanding because a lot of the questions I get are from constituents that are like, but I see families moving in all the time and there's kids moving in all the time and there's our neighborhood's full of 2-year-olds now. And so just being able to better articulate that answer would be helpful for me personally. Last really quick question. For the Far Horizon Park, you mentioned that it was maintained by the city of Arvada. Will that be sold? Would that be sold as part of this disposition?
Yeah, we'll consider the entire site. With that, there was a legacy agreement with the North Arvada Park District for a little more formal arrangement for that park. That agreement was sunsetted.
Okay.
But I think there's a little bit of a legacy agreement around maintenance and operation of that park with the city of Arvada right now. But we'll consider the entire parcel when we go through the disposition process and work through that.
There's no breach of contract. Arvada's aware, all that good stuff.
Not that we're aware of, no.
Okay. My last one's just more of a comment. I very much support the lane that Dr. Varda was going down around this guidance around choice. And really, it's Arvada is one area we're seeing it. Wheat Ridge is absolutely another where we're seeing the ramifications of closures and consolidations and a lot of choice. And so that's something that I would be interested in having a discussion on through the appropriate channel.
Thank you, Dr. Applegate. And I want to, we are studying it right now. We also believe that there's a way for us to work really closely with our schools to help them actually make those choices. And so we, in a way that might lead to that, we're also just trying to figure out what what will really make a difference, like in this area. We know there are certain like hotspots, I would say, where we really need to be more intently managing enrollment. It's not like a majority of our schools, so that's why we're studying it to really understand fully the implications before we would bring you all a some sort of recommendation. But we know it's of interest, and so we will certainly bring that to you.
Director Kenworthy.
Thank you. I want to lift up that for several of these communities who've already faced school closure, these conversations about property disposition call back feelings of grief and loss and uncertainty in our communities. And I just want to acknowledge that as we're talking about this, because I know that there are communities who are still very closely holding those buildings because of the memories and the experiences that were had there. So I just want to honor that. And then I also want to ask if you will remind us what happens after properties get surplused. Yeah.
Sure, appreciate the question. So once the board decides to take formal action and recommend surplus of properties, that really will kick off the property disposition process that we're all near and dear and familiar with. Really, but the key first part of that is community engagement around meeting with neighbors, meeting with HOAs, and having conversations with them about the process, desired use, all of those types of things. And that's really where our consultant CRL will lean into that work along with us and really make sure that the community is part of those conversations. Also to the point where we have a core property disposition committee that typically meets, I looked at this past year frequency was about monthly. There were a couple months with holidays and whatnot where it didn't occur. That group will re-engage as well after this happens. And then we form the ad hoc committees where we have community members specific to each school site. So there will be a lot of moving parts with potentially five sites, if that's what the board decides, around the core property disposition committee meeting, but then we'll have 5 separate ad hocs with 2 to 3 community members, typically a municipality appointed member as well, working through the pre-qualification process, the proposal process, all of that. So that's what will happen as the next step.
And that's on that long flow chart that we've seen before, right? Yeah.
You got it. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
That answered a lot of my questions. Do you have any sense of what the timeline is for, once we vote, if this vote goes ahead, then I'm curious what the timeline looks like for that sort of community engagement for folks who are interested in participating in that.
Yeah, we're kicking around ideas around the timeline. First, hope if the board does decide to approve this. It sounded like the last go around we had engagement meetings starting at the end of May and the beginning of June, and then that transitioned into the formation of ad hocs that then picked up again maybe in September-ish or so. So we're kind of revisiting was that the right structure? Did that work well? And so a little bit to be determined, but we know that we want to start engaging our communities as soon as it makes sense to. And so that'll be something we'll be happy to bring back to the board to say, here's what that engagement strategy looks like. And here are some scheduled dates, timelines, meetings, and all that. So you have a good idea.
That would be helpful to have that information. I think, especially for those of us who are looking at communities that are within the districts that we serve, It would be really helpful.
Sure.
I think the last thing I want to bring up just regarding the conversation that's gone on already is that all of this is occurring still within the situation of declining enrollment, right? That continues to be an ongoing thing that is happening in this area. So in our attempts to right size, there are going to be challenges. And for the areas that where we're not indicating growth, it's a very real possibility that these properties could potentially then become housing of some sort that will then adjust how we right size for those communities. So I want to lift up my gratitude for you, including in the presentation where there are opportunities to provide additional some growth room when we do need to come back around to that. I think that's really forward thinking amidst the painful decisions about what happens with these properties, that there is some thought about what might happen and how we might need to be able to build back some capacity. So I wanted to thank you for including that. And I also second wanting to share the FCB dashboard so that we can access it easily, but also so that we can guide other people to take a look at it, because there's going to be a lot of question and curiosity, especially when we're looking at properties where we are looking at close to $8 million of investment, right? And it's a hard thing for our communities to swallow based on, investment, but also remembering that those investments were made at a time when we didn't have the information that we have available to us now, right? And so we're responding now with the best information we have available to us at this moment. Is that accurate? Thank you so much.
Director Reed?
We've talked a little bit about capping enrollment. I'm also curious as we do our boundary study, and I realize that the impacts of that are quite a ways out because we grandfather in both students and families. But how do we see that playing into it? Is that really going to be helpful, or is that kind of, it needs to shift, but it's not going to make a huge impact?
So I just want to thank you, Director Reed, for that question. I want to clarify one thing. We talk about capping enrollment. We will be talking about capping choice enrollment and doing it only at a point where the school was considered full, basically didn't have space for more students. And there's, I think we're really reflecting on ways more. You mentioned the boundary study, but also the capital master planning process to be more transparent about like how many classrooms or rounds of students a school can hold, right? And what that means for its utilization and capacity, just making those things. I mean, I feel like we've made a lot of strides in making things transparent, but we can even be more clear. So I just wanted to clarify that on capping enrollment. And now I forgot the rest of your question. Sorry.
How the boundary?
Yeah, how the boundary study. Yeah, so we're going to come to you in June, and we are, a lot of the boundary adjustments that we might ask you to make, we've really tried to look hard at areas and say, like, where are families like making a decision to go somewhere, where we have these strange little areas in our district where we say you have a place here and you have a place here, and it's really challenging. That's actually part of what makes our choice acceptance process so difficult when a principal goes in, because they're holding spots for kids, and that kid might have a held spot at another school, and so it can make things really challenging. So we're trying to see what are families already choosing to do, and can we shift boundary lines to kind of go with where they're already going. So short term, I don't anticipate, like we talked about before, because there's so much choice in our district, that moving boundary lines doesn't make a huge difference. And so I don't, but it does make a difference, like in places where the buildings are pretty full. Like, so Ken Dulles, I think, that area is an area where we are going to have to consider some boundary changes, especially if there's developments that haven't been built yet. So that's really, I think the two things are a little bit different in terms of how we manage choice as a district and the boundary work.
So in areas like Candelas and Red Rocks, for example, is that something where maybe when people come in new, we could market their boundary school a little more assertively to see if we can't really encourage people to stay in their boundary school?
Certainly, I think the there's like the development that hasn't come to fruition yet, up in Candelas, for example, or maybe where they've started building. If you went in and typed your address, prospective address into our school finder system, it would tell you no school assigned at the moment. Well, we're understanding that the builder has been actually marketing all the schools like in the area, not, since there's no boundary assigned. But yeah, certainly, I mean, it could be an opportunity. The Red Rocks Ranch developments, as far as I understand, haven't come to fruition yet. So those are further out. But yeah, I mean, it could certainly be a strategy, but it is also a place where we can, be very clear about like, this is your neighborhood school, and help people understand that from the moment like that they might put the deposit down or their house might start going up.
Okay. And then I just want to add something for anybody that may be watching. Our new website is actually, I think, considerably more navigable. So if you go to that homepage, there's like Infinite Campus, Family Response. Down or off to the right is A to Z. If you click on that and go to F, you can go right to the FCB.
All right. I have 3 questions. The first one is, do we anticipate that every one of these schools that we have closed and that we're potentially surplusing will have concerns around asbestos?
I can't speak to each specific site, but based on the information that we have in the year built, that wouldn't surprise me. And so that is something we'll have to consider as we move through the process.
Also, when you were choosing these 5 that you've presented tonight, I understand the information you've shown us why it's appropriate to surplus them, but can you give me a little idea of all the properties we had that could be surplused? What went into your decision to choose these 5?
Yeah, a big part of it was around recommendation from our broker, and knowing that our goal is to bring all of our properties that we aren't using to the board to vote to surplus. And so that was really one main indicator of how we kind of organized this to bring to the board tonight. There's also, and part of that is there's economies of scale with potential interested parties working with single municipalities. So that's really the strategy with that, where if there's somebody interested in 3 properties, they can work with one municipality regarding those 3 properties. If there's somebody wants to, just for one of them, they can work with the municipality. But there are economies of scale that are beneficial in that process. So that was a big driver.
Okay, thanks. And then my last question is, we've got 2 properties right now that we are, in the process of looking at the offers. Do you anticipate if we start surplusing more, and say we had 7 properties then, if we approve these, that there's a point at which if they're not being sold in a timely fashion, we would halt the surplusing process, or there's no value in halting the surplus?
Well, I think we're learning in this first round of 2 properties. And so we've learned a lot, and we feel pretty confident that we can bring another round. One of the curiosities and questions we have is we're going, this first round of 2 is taking a while. And as we bring 5 more potentially into that process, the timelines are pretty static. They're pretty they're identified. We've been following them pretty well. But at what point, are you living in? We're still closing up the first 2. We're in the middle of the next 5, and then do we bring on another round? I think we're exploring that, and that's actually a conversation we're going to have with the internal team tomorrow around kind of the sequence and timing of this round, subsequent rounds, around capacity, around organizing all of this, around making sure that we're all kind of staying on the same page with this, because there's a lot of moving pieces. As you know, it's extremely complicated. So a little bit to be determined on that, but that's something that we're clearly looking at and seeking to understand better. And then we'll bring that and recommendations and ideas and suggestions to the board as we explore it further.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members? Yeah.
I do think this ends up being somewhat of a question of pace and scope. And so, what we've brought to you today is after a lot of work that our team has done with our advisors is, we educate students and we run school buildings. We are not real estate experts, especially commercial real estate experts. And so I just want the board to know that it will end up needing to be a conversation with you all because you're the ultimate decision makers about what does become surplus, at what pace and what scale and scope we go. Without selling, we are holding, and empty buildings, bring other unique challenges with them, and holding costs to maintain and make sure that we're being good neighbors with the buildings that we do own. So it's just weighing some of the pros and cons. I think that's going to be important.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate it. And that brings us to our next presentation. District staff will provide an update on FY25 budget development. As a reminder to our board and listening public, staff presented preliminary information on the FY25 budget development at the January 10 board meeting. The board received an additional update at the March 6 meeting, during which staff presented information on estimated revenue, current school budgeting, and FTE changes. Staff will present the proposed budget at the May 10, 2024 Board of Education meeting, and the final budget for adoption will be in June 2024. We invite members of the public to provide comment on the budget at upcoming regular board meetings, and the board will take final public comment on this topic on June 13th prior to voting on the budget that night. Before I hand this off to Ms. Copeland, the Chief Financial Officer, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, President Parker. We spent a lot of time on this update. I'm looking forward to Brian and Brenna presenting to you this evening, and there's a lot of information, so I'm hoping that the board finds it helpful, and we look forward to your feedback.
Great. Good evening, board members. Very good to see you. I think Mr. Sammons and I are proud to be your frequent flyers in the months of spring and summer. Can't wait to find out what perks come with that. Yes, this is another budget update, and last time we focused more on the school budgets and the amounts we had allocated out for schools to budget through the school budgeting process, and what did that sum up to, et cetera, in terms of committed dollars for the district. Today, we're going to talk a little bit more about departmental budgets and some of the ways that the district is reallocating resources towards programming. I think you all know that we describe or sort of brand the departmental budgeting process as a start, stop, continue. And the process is really designed to avoid what is, I think, a common budgeting approach of just always renewing whatever you have and then only ever adding to. This process asks each department to say, what are you going to stop doing? What are you going to start doing? And as a district, how does that impact our financial resources overall? And so Mr. Sammons will walk you through it, but I just want to remind you, each decision to start something, even if there was pre-existing budget going to something else that may be stopped, it is evaluated in this process in terms of its value for students. And again, some of what he'll share is how we've aligned these starts, even though they're sort of net neutral, to the strategic plan and the priorities of the district. So with that, off we go.
All right, thank you, Ms. Copeland. Excuse me. So this afternoon, we're here to present the second, as Ms. Copeland said, of two high-level budget development updates. In this presentation, we've included an economic update on the factors that impact the district, updated revenue projections with some updated assumptions, and we'll present the FY24-25 district investments that were funded with repurposed existing budget to align with Jeffco Thrives. I would also like to remind everyone again that the 24-25 budget appropriation is voted on by the board in the June 2024 regular meeting. Okay, off to the economic updates. This slide looks very similar to the December economic update that we had. The state has revised up its economic growth for expectations due to the rebounding consumption and investments. Again, the TABOR refunds are expected to be in 24, 25, and in FY 26. The FY 24-25 CPI is 5.2%, which is unchanged from the previous presentation, but the 25-26 CPI forecast did drop to 2.7%, and we have updated the 25-26 assumptions to align with this change. We thought it'd be nice to present a historical CPI trend to give some context on the inflation forecast. The update to the projected CPI brings future inflation back to historical levels just below 3%. I'd also like to remind everyone that the CPI increases applied to PPR in a given school year is computed based on the previous year's calendar inflation. This means that Jeffco feels the impact of the inflation prior to receiving the revenue increase. This amazing bar graph we have here. I think that's what Brent was laughing about. Another revenue projection that was updated from March is the amount of interest income the district will receive in 24-25 and 25-26. You can see from March 2022 to March 2023, the interest returns grew very rapidly and have maintained at this historical level for longer than any expert have anticipated. With only a small drop occurring in March 2024, the trending returns are hovering around 4% to 4.75%, just under 5% for the upcoming fiscal years. With this update to the out-year returns, we've decided to increase the assumed interest income around $2 million each year from the previously presented revenue amounts. And we did not make this bar graph. This was given to us. All right. So here we're going to cover a little bit about the budget development revenue updates. And here I'm going to turn over to Brenna to start us off. Okay. Am I not? No, I'm not. If we're talking about revenue. It's a long day. Sorry about that. Okay, so we're going to bring back the matriculation pattern revenue graph here. We've updated this slide to show the 22-23 to the forecasted 24-25 school year enrollment by grade. What this graph illustrates is that the grade level enrollment has leveled off to around 4,500 students in kinder through 8th grade. And in 9th grade, we're seeing decline for the last 2 years. And as these new grade size will continue to work through 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, resulting in around a 900 student decline each year. Okay, so the assumption slide we have here was presented the exact same format as the last presentation that we have. The only update that we have is we decreased the CPI in FY 25-26 to 2.7% from the 3.2%. All other assumptions have been held constant. So with these assumptions that have changed, the total revenue projections for 24 and 25 and 25 and 26 have updated and increased slightly. For 24-25, the increase was $6 million, and in FY 25-26, it increased $2 million, even with the updated forecasted to CPI going down. The increases are due to emerging trends we've been noticing in interest revenue, which I covered previously, Pacific ownership taxes that are trending a little higher since February, and the final special education enrollment counts that we received after the December counts. I'd like to point out here that each fiscal year, even with the increases, are still below the estimated CPI for those years.
Can I jump in one?
Yeah, please.
One thing I want to point out, since we just brought up our students with special education needs, that there's been a lot of dialogue about the funding formula and different changes for the funding formula and potentially increasing need-based weights, et cetera, et cetera. Everything on this screen assumes the same funding formula. It does not include any assumptions about any version of any bill that's been introduced that may change the funding formula. So I just wanted to clarify that. What did change here is our actual count of students who are eligible to receive those services came in the March timeframe, and it came in higher for current year, which impacts our categoricals. And therefore, we upped the assumption in the out years. So that's just a count change. It has nothing to do with formula or weights. So I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you. All right, so here I am actually going to turn it over to Brendan to start us off with this expense update.
Good thing we ping-ponged. All right. You're going to click on. Thank you. All right. Okay. So last time we met and spoke, you all shared some questions with us, some of which we're still working to respond to. But one of them was, could we revisit some information that we presented in the past that helps contextualize how we spend money in the district? And specifically, if you sort of think of, I call it like a cost center approach. If schools are sort of one cost center, one location, there's some activity that happens just in those locations. Then there's some activity that happens district-wide. Sometimes it happens in a school bus. Sometimes it happens in food and nutrition services, but it's kind of a somewhere in the middle ground. And then there's some activity that happens in a central office setting, right? And I think that's an intuitive breakout for folks that doesn't exactly align to how we actually budget, right? We budget into schools and departments, but a lot of the activity in that department budget happens in the school site, right? So anyway, but it's still a helpful way to think about things. And so what we're bringing back is some analysis that was recently done by an independent party that gives us a little bit of perspective on if we use that cost center approach of sorts, what percentage of our money is spent kind of in which place. So want to just, for folks that maybe didn't see this on the front end, this was data that from May of 2022. It was our entire general ledger, including money spent in funds like transportation fund, et cetera. They did some modeling and analysis to help us compare that, and they had an existing database where they've coded all these different other school districts, their unique chart of accounts into something that can then sort of match ours in broad categories, right? And that's incredibly tedious, difficult work to do. It's helpful to have, and so that's what I'm about to present. So the group we worked with called Education Resource Strategy, they have, this is their nomenclature. I'm just going to walk you through it. It conceptually aligns to what I just said. And the color coding you'll see on the next slide, so we'll pay attention to colors. Yellow is leadership and management. Again, that's activity that's happening kind of in a centralized location that benefits the entire district. Shared services, that's activity that could be happening in a school site, but it's still the cost of the activity or the scope of the activity isn't necessarily purely attributable to the school site, right? Like just because this school has 5 buses running longer routes, we wouldn't think of it as a more expensive cost, right? We just take all of our transportation costs and we say, this is how much it costs for the district, et cetera, divided out by students. So it's a shared service model. Then they have 3 categories, the green, light green, and the blue, that are all sort of school attributed. So you see down below the graph where it says school attributed, we're kind of clumping those together a little bit. And they are what I alluded to before, and they call school on central, but that, again, that's just departments carrying the budget for humans and things that are actually deployed in schools. Which is very, very similar to their light green category. So I'm not going to attempt to distinguish the two. And then there's just the blue category, which is what's in the school budget. So these categories will be important for the next slide, but this is just breaking it out, color coding, helping you visualize as we go here. And again, they refer to this as sharing levels. I just call it like what percentage of our money is spent where. And so you see when they compared us to some of these districts that they had available to compare us to that are similar-ish in size and demographics, that compared to kind of a mean percentage of what amount of money is spent in which coded location, that's my word, we spend about 7% of our total spend in a leadership and management or sort of centralized location, 14% in shared services, and then the combined green, light green, blue, which is all sort of stuff in schools, is about 79%. And this compares to our peer districts favorably, we think, because we're spending less on leadership and management. So our peer districts are spending approximately 9% on that. We also spend a little less on shared services, and you could argue that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not going to say it's either one. It just is. But what it does mean is that we spend proportionally more on activities that happen specific to a school site, according to, sort of how they group and clump things. So taking a step back further from a bunch of words and data, this gives me some assurance, or at least some indication, that our priority is and has been and remains spending as much as we possibly can in the school site to benefit student learning. That's kind of the key takeaway. With that, and again, this is all sort of recent data. It's not current data. I don't necessarily think if we rerun it today, it would look any different. With that, Brian is now going to do as advertised. He's going to talk a little bit about some of the ways that we're reallocating budget towards what we're calling some investments. And he's going to present the data in 3 different ways. So just prepare yourself. You're going to see the same thing 3 different ways. Okay. I took away all the suspense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Copeland. So, so we're going to the first view we have here. All right. So you can see on the far bottom right corner, the total district investments that we have for FY 24-25 reallocated investments is just under $16 million. We categorize these investments by the sharing levels that was categorized previously by ERS. And also we categorize them by the Jeffco Thrive priorities. So it's a kind of a matrix to get into one number based on the priorities and the shared levels. As you can see, over 90% of the investments were made in resources used in schools. That was the school attributed category that previously ERS identified. With the majority of this aligning with priority 1, our learners, our future. There were some small investments in the leadership and management and the shared services categories. Please note that these investments, again, were funded with repurposed existing budget and were not adds to the 24-25 budget. Okay, so here's another view, not totally dollar amounts, but a list of the investments that we have, right, to help to shine a little bit of light on what some of the district-wide investments are at a high-level list, right? So our priority 1, our learners, our future, we had an investment in the curricular resources, SPED center-based APs, substitute teachers, and a newcomer center. I'm not going to read through all of them, but just kind of give it a high-level analysis of it, right? Our operations, our foundation, student transportation and cybersecurity, our community, our legacy, middle school campus security officers, newcomer family liaison, and then a community-facing resource update, which is the website redesign and updated surveys for families. I want to make sure to point out here too, some of these italicized and starred are continued ESSER investments, which we'll go into in the next slide. Okay, so here's the third view of the same dollar amount being cut a different way, right? So out of the $15.8 million, $9.4 million or 59% were ESSER continue funded with repurposed budgets. So these were programs that we already had identified in this current year that we wanted to continue in the out years, knowing that they were successful. And again, here's a list of the continues that were approved from the ESSER. Some of them are the same identified programs from the previous slide. But again, curricular resources, substitute teachers, community-facing resources, again, just for professional development, program evaluation. So these are the list of the approved continues from ESSER. Okay, so one priority you did not see listed in the investment categories in previous slides was the priority 2, our people, our strength, which has been the largest investment area over the last 3 years, with the investments in salary increases and employee-funded benefit increases. The reason this priority was not listed in the investment area for this presentation is because an April budget does not include any estimates for the salary increases and employee-funded benefits increases. These increases are negotiated in the bargaining units, and these negotiations are not complete at this time. The May proposed budget will include preliminary estimates for these increases based on the district has offered at that point in time. Do it.
Also, I think we just included this graph. I think Mr. Salmon spoke to the important investments we make in our people. The graph is just showing you the combined percentage increase an employee would have sort of received on average between their step, lane, and COLA adjustment in the past years. And you can see that the most recent increases and these numbers on an actuals basis should look familiar to you because they were all part of the budget that we adopted for the current year. We're in the 8.6 to 8% range across our different employee groups. And so again, this is just grounding us in what's happened in the past. Even though this is a budget presentation for the future, this is not necessarily an attempt to forecast anything for next year. But it does help, I think, support what Mr. Salmon's pointed out, which is this is always a very important investment area for us. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so here we added a timeline showing how budgeting and hiring moves in parallel with negotiations. By the time negotiations start, the district is already budgeting. We've already allocated our budget to schools. They're already making hiring decisions within the schools at that time. And then hiring begins while negotiations are occurring at this point. So there's lots of decisions being made while negotiations are going on. We're giving budget updates while negotiations are going on. And so there's lots of happening at this time. Okay, on to the next steps. So here you can see we are on April 3rd. Department budgets are finalizing tomorrow. Pretty exciting. We finalized school budgets as of a few weeks ago, but officially today we put the stamp on it with the final gifts that were allocated. Pretty excited about all that. So from here, the real fun begins for my team. We get to reconcile all the people's budgets and do all the fun stuff with making sure that they budgeted exactly what we were told to be budgeted for. And then started building out the proposed budget presentation and budget book. And speaking of proposed budget, the May proposed budget will include a general fund budget summary, will help illustrate a more complete picture of the FY24, FY25 budgets. It'll also include a multi-year projection, including any out-year assumptions that we might have. And the proposed budget will also present the district's other fund budgets in more detail, something we really haven't been going into detail on the last two presentations. We've been focusing more on the general fund. Which will include more detail on the cap reserve fund and an outline of the fund consolidation project. Okay, well, that would be the end. We're open for questions.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Director Applegate.
Thank you both for this and for always providing an upbeat budget presentation. I know it's really challenging to put all of the detail into 25 slides, and so I appreciate it. With that, I'm going to walk you through a few slides because I just wrote down questions on the slide, so bear with me. If we start at slide 8, this is the enrollment discussion and the enrollment numbers. When we are saying that kinder through 8 is leveling off of 4,500. Does that mean that we expect middle and high school eventually to also be at that 4,500, or do we expect to continue to see a jump in those numbers? Or am I asking the wrong people? Because that could be a valid answer also.
That's a really good question. So I think kinder to 8th, so both elementary and middle, have leveled off by and large. What does that mean? It means the green bar and the blue bar are about the same height for those grades, and the orange bar. We continue to see a pattern whereby we have more 9th graders than 8th graders. And even with that, the 9th grade class as a whole is still getting smaller. So we continue to forecast it's at plus 500. Mm-hmm. our enrollment projection to lose approximately 900 kids has everything to do with that moving through 10th, 11th, and 12th, and nothing to do with assuming that we're going to change a pattern, right? The pattern remains that kids come back to our district schools for high school, and so our 9th grade enrollment will always be larger than, well, we hope. In our forecast at present, it will be larger than 8th grade because we continue to expect to see that bump. Does that help?
That does help. It's a fascinating trend that another time I'd love to understand more about. Okay, so if we hop to slide 10. Thanks, guys. In the comparison from the 24-25 budget to the 25-26 budget, we do see an increase in program mills. The second line down. It's next to local taxes. That's the biggest jump on there. What is the increase in program mills there?
Okay, so this year was an assessment year, right? And then next year will be a non-assessment year for 24-25. But there will be I'm projecting a little bit of an increase in the property taxes due to the hold harmless that they had for people's properties. So that might go away, it might not. I don't know, right? But then for 25-26, it is another assessment year because it happens every 2 years.
So we're expecting it would go up.
So it would go up and the state share would go down based on the total program calculation that we have.
Great. So do those two offset then?
When the total program is calculated, any increase in local property taxes decreases state share.
Okay, thank you. And I know you've said this before, so I apologize that it's taken me a few times to really have it click in. Slide 13, and this is just a confirmation. This is really helpful to me, especially being newer on the board. I had a discussion last night with how long I get to say I'm new. I was told it was a year. I plan to take advantage of that. So I'm still new. So effectively what we're saying is that the light green and dark green boxes, while the central office pays for them, they are being those, I don't want to call them assets because they're people and things. Those people and things exist at the schools. Is that correct? Okay. And then my last question, I'm sorry, Mary, or President Parker, is slide 15. And I just want to, I know, and I think we've been over this before, I just want to confirm my understanding. I know we're reallocating these numbers. We haven't created additional budget for them. This reallocation effectively comes from open positions, churn. I just want to reconfirm where that $16 million comes from.
Sure. It comes from truing up the budget as an estimate versus the budget as approved expenditures. And the budget as an estimate of how much money we're going to spend in a given year is a little bit of a moving target.
Sure.
And so this is all work we've done to really, really make sure we're not estimating to spend more than we are. Now, you've probably heard me say our total general fund budget is less than the sum of its parts.
Right.
So if you went and just added each department and each school's budget, you would realize that the number is bigger than what we report. And that's because we carry sort of some contra expense or some negative expense accounts that are just estimates. And this process, we worked really, really hard to true up all of our estimates. In addition to, I want to be clear, through the start, stop, continue process, there were some stops, right? And that, again, that's a virtue of the process, that people are able to identify things that we're not going to keep doing because it either didn't work or it doesn't make sense or it's not a good use of money. So it's a little bit of both.
So if I were to compare to my home budget, just to really simplify and make sure I understand, it's the equivalent of like I budgeted $500 a month for groceries and didn't spend it, and my 8-year-old decided he didn't want to play soccer again. So that money that was in the budget is no longer being spent.
Yeah, we're giving it a new use. We're, instead of
now in karate,
capturing your grocery savings, we're deploying it towards fuel.
Perfect. Thank you. Others? Questions? Dr. Varda?
I just had 2 questions on the ESSER continuations, more just on one, the middle school campus security. So is that an expense paid for by the district and not coming out of the school budget?
So every dollar spent in the district is spent by all of us together. And yes, those dollars will be located in a departmental budget, although the resources are obviously deployed in the school.
I guess because one thing I'm wondering, I was visiting NAMS and learned that they don't have a campus supervisor.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I didn't ask why. Like, are they choosing not to pay for it, or is the district not providing it? So that's what I'm wondering. How are they?
Yeah, I can answer.
Thank you.
What we did was we do not have a campus supervisor in every middle school. We've asked Jeff Pearson and his team to, do you know the numbers? Kim's going to tell you the numbers. We were not affording the full investment in middle school campus supervisors out of ESSER. It was a subset of middle schools that received campus supervisors from ESSER. These funds maintain the current level of investment, and Kim can tell you more about that level of investment.
Correct. When we started out within our ESSER budgeting, we had 7 middle schools that did not have one. We're now down at 5. And what we did was we looked at data and we worked collaboratively with our school principals to look at the need. And when I say data, looking at discipline, looking at safety, looking at all the pieces to say, where are the spaces that we need those folks every day on a daily basis full time? There is some rolling vacancies that occur, but honestly, this year, we've been able to maintain that staffing pretty regularly and done quite well with it. So the long story short is there are 5 of our middle schools that do not have one, and those were decided collaboratively. All principals would like to have one, let me say that. And we recognized that we looked at the data to determine exactly where we put as many staffing as we could possibly afford to do so using ESSER dollars.
So it was the district that decided that North Urbana didn't need a campus supervisor?
It was Jeff and principals working together to look at all of the data of all of the middle schools and putting it in the middle schools that needed it the most in terms of discipline and safety instances and needing people there.
Will that be reevaluated now that
it is being, we just had a meeting about this. It is being reevaluated with the consolidation of Arvada K-8 and North Urbana Middle School. NAMS will be receiving a campus supervisor next year.
The person will come from K-8, will move to North Urbana Middle School.
Thank you. And the other question I had on that list, it just says program evaluation. That just so broad. What is that referring to?
I think that we're so thorough. I love how thorough we are. I know what it is too. I think that's the evaluation of our student success special education department. And so because the full evaluation is spanning 2 fiscal years, and we're kind of stopping calling things ESSER in one year, and we're trying to make sure we have the right budget for it in the upcoming year. That's what that is just to finish out that project.
Other questions? Director Kent.
I just have one, because I know I'm going to get asked this, so I'm going to ask it. On slide 17, that gray piece of pie that says other continues, could you just tell me what that might be?
Yeah, that's where sometimes our level of detail is comical. Okay, so in the start, stop, continue process, sometimes we need to continue doing something that we've been doing with a different source of funds or that was approved at a point in time where it's not exactly part of the base, right? So we think of budgeting as a year over year. Some of these were like a mid-year decision, but we have to kind of reaffirm that as part of the process. So that's one way to have a continue. Another one was around transportation, and it's a similar thing. It was kind of I think it was part of revised budget that we agreed we were going to adjust the transfer for vehicle purchases, among other things, and some contracts and so forth. So it's some mid-year decisions that we're kind of affirming and making part of the ongoing budget.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I have just a couple of questions. Going back to slide 10, in the last 2 columns, The interest, fees, and other has a minus 8% year over year. Can you kind of expand on why that's such a drastic drop?
Yeah, totally. So as Mr. Salmon shared, interest rates used to be in the 1% to 2% in terms of earned interest. That isn't necessarily the paid interest if you borrow, but rather like what our bank accounts would get. It has been hovering around 5.5, those really tall blue bars. Most people think it's going to drop back down pretty quick. When you talk about going from 5.5 back to 2, that's 3% on a cash balance. We have a pretty big cash balance. So let's say it's like 300-ish million. Meh. It changes over time, right? So think of it as like rates reverting back to where they were historically. That's a pretty big dip in interest income. When you're switching from 5 to 3%, that's like a 50% drop almost, right? So that's why that says 8%. That's why it's such a big number, is so much of the interest revenue. It basically doubled or tripled, and then it's going to revert back down.
And then for our interest-bearing accounts, how frequently are we able to take money out of a low interest-bearing account and put it into a higher one?
I'm laughing only because I think it's the bane of Mr. Salmon's existence that he has to manage this, but he is extremely attentive to making sure that we only move money when we really need to, and that we keep it in as high a yield as possible for as long as possible without jeopardizing our ability. So obviously our biggest expense every month is payroll. And so we need to put the money in the account that's going to pay the employees, and we do it like a day and a half ahead of time, so that if there's an issue, we don't want it to fail. But to answer your question, we keep it in as high a rate as possible for as long as possible before putting it into an operating account to just go right back out.
Thanks. And also on this slide, under the state share, all the way out to 2020, 25, 26, there's a decrease then. Is that mostly because we are not going to get the benefit of that BS factor that, they were trying to go down, and by that point it'll be gone and we won't get any additional?
Yeah, I think the most important number on this slide really is not who pays what, it's what's the total program, right? And so that bolded line that says district total program is actually like a subtotal of the lines above it. And you see that next year we're forecasting that the total program will increase by about 4%. And that's based on getting a higher PPR, but also having a lower funded count. And also for next year, it's the final BS factor buy down. But all those things taken together, our total no, that's not in there. All those things taken together, that's what moves our total program. Who pays what? It doesn't matter. And it's just helpful to see. Nonetheless, what you see happening the following year is that it's only going up $3 million. So it's basically the total program is flat. And so those offsetting movements between state share, local share, et cetera, honestly, it doesn't mean anything to us in terms of what we have to work with. What we have to work with is the total program figure.
And I might just jump in and say, yes, as related to managing the district's finances, establishing our budget for the board, especially in your role of final approver of the budget, that makes sense to me. When we think about the school finance state level policy and potential changes to that in the coming years, that number does matter, especially given the amount of property taxes that Jeffco taxpayers contribute to the state share of K-12 funding, and how much the state then backfills into Jeffco's total program. And that's a conversation that I want us to have with Ed when he comes up here later on tonight. So I appreciate the question from a policy and future funding perspective, Mary. But I do agree with Brenna that bottom line is what we're estimating as a budget for us to manage to.
Okay, thanks. And final question is just kind of off the wall. There's a lot of energy around whether there are TABOR refunds each year. They estimate, yes, there will be, no, there won't be, whatever. Does our a budget, the state that money we get from the state, is it impacted at all when there is a big Tabor, payback, or there isn't? Does that hit us at all?
It has no impact on total program. Now, if the state, if the state wasn't giving those refunds and instead deployed the money, then you might imagine that all the different things the state funds, be it us or Medicaid or roads or what have you, right? Like all those things might have more money. But
can I just jump in?
Yeah.
Because because the BS factor has impacted us by $900 million. And so the state has made a decision, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brenna, but the state has made a decision to refund taxpayers instead of fully fund K-12. And it has cost our district over the last 14 years $900 million. Accurate?
Okay. On that note, I can't wait to get to our legislative update. Yes, go ahead.
Does some of the flattening out also have to do with the decrease in funding because of decreased enrollment?
You're talking about the year-over-year increase or not much of one in the total program? Absolutely. So when these are kind of the underlying assumptions, right? So for next year, we have a higher CPI, and we have the remaining BS factor buy down to help offset our funded count decline. Now, we actually have a very substantive funded count decline next year. The following year, we have a lower CPI, and we still have a funded count decline, and there's no BS factor buy down. So at that point, the total program is barely moving at all, even with a 2.7%.
And then we also lose funding because we lose students, and that whole the whole thing that we've been looking at where the state gets closer and closer to our actual count as opposed to.
Yeah, I mean, it's not sort of a both and. We only have one funded count each year, and we get funded for our funded count, and our funded count is still higher than our actual count. But as you can see on the slide, like actual count may go down by 900, and that actually reflects an ability we have to adjust what we spend, right? Because when we're physically serving fewer students, we're able to say, okay, where can we, by ratios, economize, et cetera. Like we continue to try and to align the number of staff we have to the number of actual students. But on the funding side, we only ever have one funded count each year. And we know that next year's funded count will probably go down by about 1,926 students.
And there are operational costs that don't change. Like we
Correct.
change our staffing, but we don't change what it costs to heat a building or what it costs to.
Correct. But hopefully my colleague, Mr. Gatlin, will help us unload a few buildings so we don't have to heat them anymore. But yes, big decisions about larger ways that we spend money operationally, you all make those. So, and we're grateful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. And now, this afternoon, our next agenda item will allow the board the opportunity to review and discuss recent legislative activities of the 74th General Assembly. Mr. Bowditch from Bowditch and Cassell Public Affairs is here to lead the discussion. Should the board wish to formally endorse or support legislation, we may also discuss it during this time in advance of voting to take a formal position at a regular meeting on April 11th. I want to stress that we are at a critical juncture in the legislative session, which ends on May 8th. So tonight we've asked Mr. Bowditch to update us on Senate Bill 188. And Superintendent Dorland might participate in this conversation too.
President Parker, I'm happy to participate in the conversation. I think I already kind of transitioned us a little bit. Thank you for that softball. And Mr. Bowditch, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you so much for the invitation to come out to Jeffco tonight. Today is day 85 of the legislative session. There is a lot left to do. New bills are being introduced every day. We have 600 and some. But most importantly, as I think we talked about last time, There are the two school finance mechanisms. One is a bill right now, Senate Bill 188, that's known as the Clean School Finance Act. That does the elimination of the BS factor. So everyone gets inflation, the enrollment is adjusted, the at-risk student count is adjusted, and there's no more BS factor. And it's providing $35 million to the rural schools. This bill passed the Education Committee unanimously. It came out of the Senate Appropriations Committee this morning, and hopefully will continue on the Senate this week and over to the House next week. There is a lot of desire to get this done so that school districts will know their budgets. We are at April 3rd. This would be the earliest they have passed the School Finance Act in probably about 10 years, I think, which would be really nice. Happy to jump right into the other one. The Senate Bill 188 is just not that, there's not that many moving parts to it. Most of the discussion is around the other school finance proposal that has not been put on bill draft paper yet. It is just a proposal coming from Speaker McCluskey. As you know, we've had many years of school finance interim committees. The School Finance Act has not been significantly modified since it was implemented in 1994. A lot of people would agree it's broken, but then how do you fix it without creating a whole bunch of winners and losers if you start moving money and changing the factors? Speaker Julie McCluskey has called a number of people in for consultations, including a group of lobbyists where I participated, and then individual superintendents where Ms. Dorland and I participated in those discussions. The proposal has been modified a few times. In effect, what she would like to do, and I think it's about a little over one-page document that's in your materials, is a summary. Couple of things that are really recommendations from last summer's School Finance Interim Committee. First of all, currently, the operations of all the different factors are linked. They're multiplicative. So if someone wants to make a change to the cost of living factor, and you say, let's decrease that by $100 million, it ripples through the other factors because cost of living is applied to at-risk students and the size factor and other things. So fix the order of operations and make them additive rather than multiplicative. That would make the formula easier to understand. Increasing student weights for at-risk English language learners and bringing the special ed program into the formula. Right now, it's outside of the formula. The weights for at-risk ELL and special ed would be set at 25% of the per pupil weight, which would be a significant increase. There would be adjustments. The size factor would be capped at 6,500 students. That's the number of students that CDE uses to say if you are a rural district, you have some geographic criteria, but you have to be under 6,500 students. So the size factor would only be applied for districts 6,500 and smaller. The cost of living factor would be capped. That is a big one, and that will have a lot of impact on many of the larger districts on the Front Range. And there would be a new remoteness factor. So it does matter if you're a district of 200 students, if you're 30 minutes away from a major metro area, or if you're 3 hours away from a major metro area. So some of these, all of these are coming from the task force. Under any of these proposals, the speaker does emphasize that every district would continue to get inflation. So she does not want for any district to, in effect, have its own negative factor and slide backwards. And then this would be the current proposal, which is her third, I think, the third proposal. This would be implemented over a 6-year phase-in. The other major change, and this is new to this proposal, instead of having a 5-year enrollment averaging, it would be down to 4-year enrollment averaging. That affects a lot of districts, certainly affects Jeffco, and it affects a lot of other districts. I'd like to go back just for a minute because I offered my opinion on your behalf at the very first lobbyist meeting we had about 2 weeks ago. When she distributed the outline of the parameters and she distributed some numbers with that, she asked for general impressions from all the lobbyists in the room. And when it was my turn to speak, I hope I was respectful and sounded somewhat coherent. But I said, if you look at the current formula, I said, without talking to the board or knowing how they would react to this, but if you look at the current formula, Jeffco's always about 9%. We may be 8.5 or 9.2, but we hover around the 9% mark. Right now, this year, I believe we're 8.9% of the students. We get 8.7% of the school finance budget. Our property taxes, we pay 9.6% of the property taxes statewide. This is excluding all the overrides, just for school finance. So we're kind of a donor district, if you will. Under the original draft one of the speaker's proposal, of the new money going through that portion of the formula, we would get in the neighborhood of 3% of the new dollars. And I said, I don't know that our board would necessarily say we'd have to get 9%. I don't know that they'd say that. But I'm guessing if we get 2 or 3%, that's too big a gap. And our taxpayers in Jeffco would be given the message that all this additional money is coming into school finance and not much of it is staying in Jeffco. So the newest version, by my calculation, has us receiving about 4.7% of the new money. So that's heading in the right direction, I'd say. I don't want to imply that this new version that we're seeing is what will be introduced, because I don't know that. I know there is still significant pushback from lots of districts. I think a lot of people recognize trying to put more money into at-risk ELL and SPED, things like the remoteness factor, a lot of people think those make sense. But the question is at what level? I do want to say I really appreciate and respect the speaker for calling all of us in and getting some feedback. And I think the proposal is trending in the right direction. Again, without having seen anything in bill format, some of the things are really critical issues, such as the guarantee, the intent that every district will continue to get inflation. That's a really critical issue. Some of the other issues, it matters a lot whether the enrollment calculation for those districts that are declining is calculated at a 4-year or a 5-year rate. So this has a lot of discussion left to have on it. But that's how I responded with all the qualifications of this is just Ed talking without knowing how you would feel. And then, I don't know, Madam Superintendent, if you would like to at all summarize some of the comments that you gave to the speaker.
Sure. Thank you, Ed. Very helpful. I really appreciate the summary. Some things that I talked with her about, and I think need to be acknowledged by state legislators, is that when they talk about the funding formula for the total program, and they want to consider student weights with a lens of equity, they are not also talking about the whole pie. Because if you don't talk about mill levy overrides, then you continue to leave inequities out there. And the other thing we talked to her about a little bit was what will be done with the funds in the interest of multilanguage learners, at-risk students, and special ed students. I think it's lost on legislators that 85 to 90% of our budgets across the state are in salaries. Teacher salaries, bus driver salaries, all salaries. And so when you get an influx of 14% more, or 3% more, or 10% more, it's probably going to go into salaries because we have underpaid employees. And all that's going to do is exacerbate the differences between starting salaries in districts that are going to be winners with this new money and districts that might not get as much. And that's just the reality, and it's really challenging, and it's going to continue to exacerbate our difficulty with keeping up not only with our neighbors in terms of salaries, but also with our cost of living. The cost of living is real in Jeffco and in other Front Range districts. So that's one thing we talked about, and that you can't just talk about one piece of the pie without talking about the other pieces, which is the local revenue with mill levy overrides and the differences in different communities with where they are with mill levy overrides. And the fact that it's been 2 years, 3 years since everybody has to ratchet up to 27 mills, and they still haven't all gotten there, number two. And number three, we've been doing it for decades. So, I mean, I just, I'm speaking as the superintendent here at the board table, but I also am a Jeffco taxpayer. And that's frustrating. That's frustrating to me. So that's one thing that we talked about is just sort of, you got to look at the whole thing. You can't just make these decisions in isolation of the broader picture. The second thing that I'm just wondering about and have asked about is the sustainability of this. So it's going to cost a little less than $500 million based on the estimates that I've seen. They're planning on taking it from the state ed fund. I've heard verbally that it will be funded fully by the state ed fund, and that the CPI that Amendment 22 calls for will continue to be applied to our annual per pupil revenue. I have not seen it in writing. So that's important to me. It's important to my colleagues that it's actually part of whatever might be introduced, that commitment to the CPI is on the base and applied for all of us, because then it could be really bad if we don't even get CPI and only a 2% or 3% on new funds. So that's important for us, I think, to see in writing. The other piece for me is, that they're advocating, it's a fascinatingly parallel conversation to the one we're having here in Jeffco around salaries and a fund balance that's healthy. So we have a $1.8 billion fund balance in the state ed fund, and $500 million at a time over 6 years. You can bleed that down a little bit and still be okay. But then what happens? And I've also asked the question, what happens, especially if there's a November ballot on property tax caps and the state revenue goes way down? So my worry is that they're going to give the money, or plan to give the money in 25-26. A property tax cap is going to pass in November, and we're going through all these conversations and all this churn of advocacy or not advocacy, or for, frankly, too little butter spread across the toast, because we need a lot more than 500 million, or a little less than 500 million. And number two, I don't know if they're going to be able to pull it off anyway, because who knows what's going to happen in November with a property tax cap. And I do think we can try to educate our taxpayers about property taxes and what a cap would do and how difficult that would be. But I'm just not sure it's going to resonate, and I'm worried about that. I'm also, there's this conversation that she's heard that there's a conversation about a carve out of the property tax cap ballot measure that would protect school districts, fire departments, sort of essential community services. I don't know if that's really going to happen or not and be part of the bill. I'm also worried, and I keep saying this, and everybody just is like, what are you talking about? But I'm worried that if there is a carve out on a property tax ballot initiative for us and fire departments and such, that it's going to be harder for us to pass the mill levy override, because they're going to say, well, you've already got the carve out on our property taxes. So I'm just not seeing anything that's real positive momentum. Now, I will say, I've had a recent conversation about the possibility of some of the money, this almost 500 million, and a portion of it going into the base, which is the first number you start with, and then you multiply the factors. If that happened, especially because we have quite a few of all of these categories in our district, multilingual learners, SPED, and at-risk students, obviously. If that happened, it would get better for us. The picture would get better. We might be above 3%, right? So So I'm interested in what the numbers look like, and they've been doing runs for CASE, and I know Ed's been keeping up with that. I don't know if that's something she's entertaining or if she's just contemplating right now. I know she is listening, which I very much appreciate. And so at some point, it's really hard to say we don't want those funds. But at the same time, I do think we need to advocate for what we need and deserve. And I believe, I've been talking with my colleagues, and for example, in Douglas County, I mean, their portion of $500 million on one of these runs was like $900,000. And guess what? Douglas County has a lot of at-risk students that they serve. And so do we. And so does Boulder. And so it just doesn't end up playing out in a way that acknowledges the needs of students across all districts, similar to what we learned when we were revising our Title I funds. And we learned that 30% of our at-risk students who qualified for Title I actually were in a school that received Title I funds. I mean, I wish the state would take a look at that. If you do this, what percent of at-risk kids are actually going to get more money and more resource? Because and they are concentrated, and I understand the issues around concentrations of poverty. I've worked in communities of poverty. I get it. And we have that same issue here in Jeffco. So I have been a very strong advocate for making sure that if this is something we're going to try on for size and see if we can actually get it done or maintain it over time and sustain it, that Jeffco is part of the conversation, and Jeffco gets what it needs for its students and its employees.
And just to emphasize one key component of this, again, I really appreciate the speaker working on this, and it would be implemented if adopted in 25-26. So it's not for this upcoming fiscal year. And that's a key point. We have the Clean School Finance Act, sets the budget, which is great. And then any of these changes, if implemented, would be in the next year.
Board members, any other questions? Director Kenworthy?
Thank you for being here. And I'm looking forward to, I think, seeing you tomorrow on day 86. Okay. Excited to be there. But I think I have two questions. One is just your sense, this is my first time actually really paying closer attention to what's going on at the State House. So legislative timing around bills moving between houses, and then to the governor forecasting when we're down to our last month-ish of time. If there are still bills that are hanging out in the House where they originated, is there a chance, or are they stuck there? I just want a sense of forecasting like that.
Excellent question. There's plenty of time to get lots of bills that have not been introduced yet through the whole process.
Okay.
Having said that, the clock is ticking. And I always advise my clients, if we're working on specific pieces of legislation, get them done early, because they can get behind a gun bill, a vaccine bill, and suddenly the calendar clogs.
Yeah.
This one, if it does get introduced and has the backing of the speaker, it can move through the House in probably about 10 days. Now, if the board is not convenient for a discussion, if this gets introduced a week from Friday, the day, right after your meeting, we can find a way to get your input and figure out what to do and come up with a district position of what we want to lobby. We can do that and make sure that our voice will be heard with all the legislators, but especially our Jeffco delegation.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But yeah, the clock is ticking. Things are moving along down there, but there's still a number of things. Last year's, here's an example I don't want to use, but Prop HH was put together in about a week, and it went through the process. Ultimately failed at the ballot, but they can get things through if they need to.
Great. That's helpful to know just for context. My other question, looking at the bottom of our update, I've noticed, hang on, where did it go? The items allowed at graduation bill looks like it's fallen into a place of lost or not probable. Yeah. Am I looking at the right thing?
You are, but
Okay.
I have an update on that.
Oh, great. Okay, that really is my question. Yeah, it's HB 241070, allowing certain items at school graduation. Tell me what you know. Yeah.
That was, the first bill was killed because that had some technical problems in it that they couldn't fix. So they reintroduced that bill. In effect, on page 1, you'll see House Bill 1323, school graduation attire.
Okay.
And that's the replacement bill.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's it for me. Thanks.
Other questions? Director Reed?
This isn't a question. This is just thank you for going ahead and very accurately surmising what our reaction would have been. Good job.
Director Applegate?
I echo Director Reed's comments and feel strongly that number could go up. But one of my questions is, as you mentioned, we are in the 4.7-ish% range of the new money. Where are the other large districts falling, completely understanding that there's a ton of nuance and a ton of things in that equation, but are we an outlier or are we amongst our peers?
I think that if you cap the size factor and put more money into at-risk and English language learners, you will see districts like Denver and Aurora go up. So, for example, Denver currently gets 10.2% of the entire school finance pie. Under this proposal, they'd get 10.8%. So, moving up a bit. Aurora would go from 4.7% of the current school finance pie to 5.8%. That is a significant increase. Right. I'm using this differently. But again, if you weight at risk and especially English language learners much higher, those districts will get more money. Cherry Creek, Jeffco, and certainly Douglas County will get a smaller percentage of the new money. Yeah. And the rurals, the non-resort rurals would get new money. The resort rurals would not get more money because you're capping the cost of living factor. But there's outliers in everything I just said, but mostly, then you throw in the change in enrollment calculation. A lot of the suburban districts around Denver are declining, but not all of them. So that weighs into it.
Perhaps this is a question for Superintendent Dorland. I assume we're still working closely with our peers.
Yeah. We are, but again, it's going to be the devil's in the details because, if we get closer and it ends up being another $25 million to Jeffco, another $30 million to Jeffco, there gets to a point where we should be grateful that they are trying, and at the same time, acknowledging the fact that neighboring districts are going to continue to have so much more revenue than us, that's going to be hard for us to keep up. So there's this needle, right, that you're just trying to find and figure out. And yeah, so I'm definitely staying connected. I have a meeting on Friday with my colleagues, and I obviously am staying very closely connected to Ed. So we'll continue to update you guys.
Thank you.
I have a question about the at-risk calculation factor, because I know that it used to be tied to the free and reduced lunch, and then there was efforts, or they said there were plans to recalculate that. And do you know anything about the status of that?
Yes. So at-risk used to be calculated based on each school's number of students that qualified for free lunch. Then it was expanded to free and reduced lunch. Then they passed a law saying we're going to go to, I can't remember the terminology, but a much more comprehensive look at students who qualify for and families who qualify for Medicaid, looking at neighborhood census tracts by income. Unfortunately, the data has proven to be elusive to roll out the new model. So for the second year in a row, we will still be using some measure of the old factor moved forward. One other point, does that answer your question? Yeah. So that will be in effect for, again, 24 and 25. We're still using the old data, and hopefully in a future year we'll have that more comprehensive data. I wanted to make one other point to complement what the superintendent said about modeling this with the state education fund. State education fund is a piggy bank. Money gets peeled off from the general fund and put over there. You can fund schools out of the general fund or the state education fund. But if the general fund isn't there, you better have the state education fund there. This year, in their balancing, the Joint Budget Committee had to remove $58 million out of the state education fund to prop up the free lunch for all program, which the Joint Budget Committee members were very clear. We will not change the ability of students to be fed at school. That's what the voters voted on. They also made it very clear they were really mad to be put in the position of having this fall into their lap when it came through. The voters said yes. Now they have to use $58 million out of the state ed fund to do this. They're hoping that the federal government will modify some of its parameters in these programs, which is one of the reasons why we got into a deficit, and that we won't have to do that going forward. But again, you start taking chunks of money out of the state ed fund, either on a one-time or a permanent basis, and suddenly these multi-year plans look more concerning.
Thank you. And this might also be a question for Mr. Polero or Superintendent Dorland. When it comes to SPED funding, the extra money you get for SPED, there's such a range. I mean, my daughter was on an IEP, so she was considered in the SPED program, but she didn't really need any extra any extra support personnel. So I'm just wondering if there's a range of considerations for the SPED factor.
I know just a little bit about SPED. There's different tiers of students, and you can have there's a high cost support program to support those smaller districts that might have a student who arrives. The students will be served, and the state the districts have to make up for any backfill in the SPED program. One of the good things that's happened in the last few years is the state has put a lot more money into SPED. But you may need somebody who has more knowledge than I do if you want a more detailed response.
That's exactly right. The only thing I would add is that districts have the opportunity once every year to submit a high-cost reimbursement applications for students who have needs above and beyond what the average student with a disability will have. I can tell you that Jeffco has not received that reimbursement. We're often not approved. It typically goes to districts with less resources in my experience, but we do submit the application every single year.
Wouldn't Fletcher Miller be something that we could submit our application on? I mean, those are severe needs.
We do, and we've not received approval on the reimbursement.
Yeah, I think we need to do something about that.
I'm sorry that I think I thought I understood and then I got a little confused, but is like our comparison to other large districts, if some of this formula is based on the at-risk numbers, their portion is bigger because they have more at-risk students. Okay.
Yes, so each at-risk student would have a higher reimbursement or a higher funding by the state. So our at-risk number is maybe in the low 30%. Denver, off the top of my head, maybe 60%. Aurora, I think, is even higher. So they would receive more funding for more of their students because of that. Yep.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much. Thank you for your advocacy for our position and your very accurate read on this board. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and things will be busy for the next 5 weeks. So thank you.
Okay. Next, I've actually lost my place. The students know they're next, so you can start assembling yourself while I find my place. Yeah, page 5, but. And I have found it. Okay, our next agenda item, I'm pleased to welcome the Jeffco Student Leadership Board. I know we're excited to hear an update on their experiences, engagements, and activities this school year. The Jeffco Student Leadership Board was launched at the start of this school year and combines the previous Superintendent Advisory Group and Student Voice into one student leadership group. Students were selected as part of a nomination, application, and interview process and represent every comprehensive high school as well as Warren Tech, Devlin, McLean, Compass Montessori, and Jeffco Open. Before I hand this off to Ms. Pena, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to say?
Thank you, President Parker. I think this is my most exciting agenda item for you guys tonight. It's very exciting for you to be have the opportunity to speak with some members from our Jeffco Student Leadership Board. I've had the pleasure and honor of working with these students several times this year. And I know some of you also talked with them over lunch a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago. So they're happy to be here. I want to thank each of you for taking your time. I know you are all really busy with lots of activities and academics and other things that are important in your lives. And so thank you for being here and spending time with our Board of Education. I hope you find this time valuable. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Pena. Thank you, Ms. Pena, for all the leadership that you provide for this group to be successful as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Yes, good evening. My name is Tara Pena. I'm the Chief of Family Community Partnerships, and I have the distinct honor of serving as one of 3 sponsors for the Jeffco Student Leadership Board, and it's absolutely one of the most favorite parts of my job to get to work so closely with these young and thriving adults, and I'm just excited for you to hear from them this evening. So good evening, board members and Superintendent Dorland. Our learners are our future, and I'm so excited for the board and our Jeffco community to learn more about the Jeffco Student Leadership Board. I'm even more excited to have Jeffco student leaders here with me to help present this evening. So joining me today, we have 5 leaders currently serving on the Jeffco Student Leadership Board. So we're going to start with some introductions, and we'll start here to my left with Noah.
Thank you so much, Board and Superintendent Dorland. I am very honored to be here. My name is Noah Morgan, and I am a junior at Golden High School.
Again, thank you so much, Board and Superintendent Dorland. My name is Hugo Reynoso Falico, and I am a sophomore at Wheat Ridge High School.
Hi, Board. My name is Thomas Wallace. I go to Arvada Ross.
Hi, Board and Superintendent Dorland. My name is Elfie Boomba, and I go to Jefferson Junior Senior High School, and I'm a senior.
Hi, thank you all for having us so much. My name is Isis Trinilla. I'm representing Jefferson County Open School, and I'm a junior.
Thank you. So the vision of the Jeffco Student Leadership Board is to create an experience that brings together education, leadership, and the brilliance of today's student generation to prepare them to be leaders in their communities and in their own lives. Nope, you gotta push.
You're right. I'm sorry. I'm going to talk a little bit about JSLB and what we are and what we do. The Jeffco Student Leadership Board, also referred to as the JSLB, is a dynamic and diverse group of high school student representatives from each Jeffco high school that is committed to fostering positive change in Jeffco public schools and our surrounding community through student leadership development. Together, the JSLB creates an environment that encourages collaboration and empowers all students to be leaders in their own lives and educational journey. By shaping decisions that directly impact the education and well-being of Jeffco students, its members provide student voice and insights to Superintendent Dorland and her team to help inform their leadership and decision-making. JSLB was launched this school year, 2023 to 2024, and it combines the previous Superintendent Advisory Group with the student voice into one student leadership structure.
So you may be wondering kind of how you are like a member of the JSLB. So the JSLB is a paid paid internships, so similar to kind of like a real life job, but very different. To be selected for the board, students were first nominated by a staff member at their school, whether that's a principal or a teacher. They were then gone through an application process and then participated in a competitive interview led by other Jeffco student leaders. There are currently 23 students serving on the JSLB, and we're just half of them. We meet twice a month informally, once in person and once virtually at like a location of our choice. Every comprehensive high school has a student representative serving on JSLB, which include Warren Tech, D. Evelyn, McLean, Compass, Montessori, and Jeffco Open are also represented.
Many of our own students' investments for our own futures. While serving on the JSLB, we gain firsthand experience, foster their own leadership development, including building personal leadership portfolios that exercise the skills we need to become leaders in our community and in our own lives. We have opportunity to earn our student leadership and future CEO certificate through the formalized training called Student CEO Blueprint. As part of the learning about ourselves as leaders, we took a Gallup Strength Finder test assessment for teens. And for an example for me, I found out that I'm a arranger and input person, which I was really surprised by it. So therefore, that's the reason why you learn something new. And I feel this part of the program will be very beneficial for our future.
We are so fortunate for the extraordinary student experience the Jeffco Student Leadership Board has provided for us. Some of our leadership experience this year have included, we led a community service project called the Winter Wear Initiative program at every Jeffco public school high school. We donated all donations to serving kids, and it was a very successful event. We spent all day at the Jeffco Ed Center learning from and working with our Jeffco leaders, including Jeffco Cabinet, you, our Board of Education. We attended the Colorado Youth Celebrate Diversity Conference. We serve on subcommittees that strengthen our leadership skills in service of the broader Jeffco community. We participated in suicide prevention training with the Jeffco mental health team. We have or will serve on panels, speak at workshops, and represent Jeffco as student ambassadors throughout the year. And tomorrow we get a very lucky opportunity to meet with our state and Jeffco leaders.
Yep, students are headed to the Capitol tomorrow to meet with Jeffco and state legislators. Really excited about that. So while we're talking about extraordinary student experiences, I'd love it if each of you can share a memorable experience serving on JSLB this year. Isis, we can start with you.
Sure. I really enjoyed the in-person meetings we have. I think it builds a really strong community and we better each other as leaders because it's a group of people who decided to be there and decided to apply. And so it's a group of people who are really driven to make those changes. And this is a little less serious, but I also got this water bottle and it has my name on it and I adore it so much. It's like my favorite thing. But yeah, the community for sure.
My favorite memory or just like experience is just every single time we meet together. I just love that I get to be surrounded by such just like smart and just intelligent group of individuals who just like love to make change just like every chance like we can in our communities. So just to be surrounded by these like lovely individuals to just always think of ways to just make a difference like in other people's lives, like in our lives is just very, very amazing and super neat. I like the same time. That's it.
Oh, one of my favorite memories so far. We are currently working on the first annual Jeffco Student Leadership meeting where we're going to have all the high schools represented and we're going to have a conference with them and teach them about how do we become leaders in themselves. So we are all putting our hard work into use from what we learned so far and to make this conference happen. And it's a lot of hard work, but we're enjoying it. We have different inputs from different people. So that's the diversity aspect that I love that so much as we move forward with this planning of the conference.
What I do really like about this opportunity is obviously it was started this year, and so I've only known these people for a couple of months, but I feel like every time we meet, I just become closer and closer and closer, and like we've come really close in a very short amount of time, and I have most definitely made some friends for life, which I am very grateful for, and the water bottles are cool.
One memorable experience for me is, I think, starting at the beginning of the year, I think I was a little hesitant to be on the group, and I think it was so incredible watching the leadership skills of my colleagues and watching Dave, Tara, and Jason just really shape this group for the future students to come.
So as Tom was talking about, this year we're excited to host the inaugural Jeffco Student Leadership Conference. This conference will bring together students from every high school in Jeffco. The conference is being planned by us high school students that are serving on the Jeffco Student Leadership Board. The conference aims to gather committed student leaders to explore the importance of purpose-driven leadership and its profound impact on shaping the future. This student-centered conference will serve as a platform to inspire, educate, and empower students to be leaders in their communities and in their own lives. It will be an excellent opportunity to gain valuable insight, connect with peers, and enhance their leadership skills in a supportive and collaborative environment. This is a very unique opportunity that we are excited to provide for our fellow student leaders. This conference is planned by students for students with the continuous support of the amazing Tara, Jason, and Dave. We have an amazing and engaging keynote speaker named Madalena DeAndrea, who we're very privileged to have. JSLB members planned and selected relevant breakout sessions with topics from student safety to college planning. We have exciting student entertainment from multiple different high schools during the conference, as well as peer networking and connection. This is a very unique opportunity that we are thrilled to provide our fellow student Jeffco leaders.
Thank you to the Jeffco Board of Education and Superintendent Dorland for your support of the JSLB and all Jeffco students.
We are grateful for your servant leadership and all you do for the Jeffco community.
At this time, does the board or Superintendent Dorland have any questions for our student leaders?
Board members?
I mean, I have a lot, but I'm going to try to focus. I'm going to try to focus. Thank you all for being here. I've enjoyed all of my interactions with the JSLB this year, even before I was elected. You know that, I've told you. My question in this setting here is, as leaders in your schools and in this role, being on this board, do you ever have students in your school communities come to you or bring to you things that they are concerned about or things that they have questions about that you've brought to each other to discuss? I'm curious about that.
Actually, today, a teacher came up to me and asked me if the JSLB was discussing this certain branch in a large group that is saying that we should not be discussing or even having any sort of opinions on gender and fluidity within that. And I didn't know anything about that. And I said, I'll talk to the JSLB about it. So this is me telling them about it, I guess. But I think teachers and students alike feel that they have someone in their school that is able to connect them with larger responsibilities that not just, the principal, but the district and people like board members and Superintendent Dorland. And so, yeah, I would say so.
As a part of trying to get people to come to our conference, all of us have kind of been tasked with finding people in our schools and nominating people and reaching out to people that we think would be good for this conference, as well as Tara's reaching out to people. And so with the growth of knowledge that people understand what I'm doing and what this purpose has, when I tell people that would you like to go to this conference, I was like, it's really important because you are able to voice your opinion. So instead of just giving it to me and then I voice it, you're able to do it yourself, which I think is a really good opportunity for a lot of students to be able to have.
To add on to that, for many of the students' concerns, they'll come up to me and be like, "Hey," for example, so that they're like, "Hey, why are you dressed like this?" I was like, "Because I have to go meet with the board," and they say, "What do you really have an impact being part of this group, and what decisions do you make that makes the board think about what the decision that they make for students?" And I try to answer that question the best as I can because I don't do what you guys do. But for me, I just be like, okay, I hear what you have to say, and I'll bring this up to this group, and we'll discuss strategies and to better help the students to understand what we do here is important, what they say to us is important, and to really help the students understand, even though they're not on the board like we are, their values or their opinions still matters because we take those opinions and try to make the best option of solutions as we can.
Thank you. Can I ask one more? And this is more of a logistics, so Tara, this might be for you. But for those of you who are not seniors, is there an option for you to remain connected with the board in the coming years, or is it more of a practice of cycling out and giving space to other students? And is there, if that's the case, is there a way to have an alumni network where that's what I'm wondering?
Absolutely. So much like a student council in a school, you would have students remain or be reelected, and then you'd have new students join. And so to ensure the continuity and to maintain the momentum that these students have built this year, essentially returning students who are not graduating would have first right of refusal to maintain their spot representing their school. And then we would run the application process for any schools where we have vacancies.
Also, gratitude to our senior one up here with us right now. I'm sure there are others in the group, but just gratitude for all of you for helping to kickstart something that's going to continue and build student voice legacy in our larger community. So I'm so excited that this is happening and that I get to be here now while this is kind of gaining momentum. I'm so excited to work with this group moving forward. So that's all I have. Anybody else?
I'm wondering if you've had a chance to watch any or even part of any of our board meetings.
I actually have. I've had the opportunity to speak at one before. I talked about my school. I go to Wheat Ridge, so I was just talking about getting more funding for the school. I really, really actually like watching them sometimes when I'm alone. It's just kind of something to watch.
And that might be because Hugo may want to be a superintendent someday or a pediatric oncologist. I was just going to say doctor, but he's very specific about that. So.
Hugo has some high aspirations, but I think he can do it. Being a part of JSLB, I've been like, oh, maybe listening to board meetings would be cool. So before August, September, I had never even heard that board meetings were a thing, and then now I watch as many as I can, which is really cool, and I get to learn new things.
I mean, for me personally, I have never attended or ever heard of a board meeting before getting the type of situation that I'm in. Usually, whenever I hear a board meeting, you're a student, you're like, oh, this is not for me. I'm gonna hit the snooze button on this one, and don't usually come back to it. But now I usually, whenever this is happening, I usually tune in to see what our community is needing and what you guys have to say, and therefore I have a better understanding on the specific topics that students are concerned with, and therefore I may not have the right answer for them because I'm only a student. Therefore, I can use your guys' words to be like, this is what they said, this is what the board said, and this is the necessary steps that they're taking in order to solve this issue or improve this issue going forward.
Personally, for me, I've never watched a board meeting, but just watching you guys from back there, it kind of it kind of made me kind of like rethink a little bit about like my future. Seeing you guys just talk about like very like important things like happening in our community is kind of making me like, wow, I kind of want to have a little microphone and just like, be part of this like amazing conversation. So thank you to you guys. This is like an inspiration.
Yeah, to add on to that, I was just thinking it's just such an inspiration to be in Jeffco. And watching your guys' board meeting, it's seeing how much empathy our community has for each other and how much you guys care, Superintendent Dorland and our board. It's just it makes me choose why I chose Jeffco to go to school.
Everyone said something, so I will also say something. I have never watched a board meeting before, probably 10, 20 minutes ago. But I do find it really engaging, and I do think it is kind of at the core of where active change happens. Because you were talking about, like, not concepts, but numbers and logistics and legitimate things happening or legitimate legislations being approved or not approved. And I thought that was really empowering, and it made me happy about my position in the JSLB because I have access to those direct changes here in this sort of hub of information and change, and I think that's cool.
Yeah, to add on to ISIS, you guys are like doing things. Like it's not just talking about it. You guys are like making active change, which I think is really important and really necessary. And that's why Jeffco is such a great district. And I like greatly enjoy being part of this board and being here. And so we just really I personally want to thank all of you for what you do. And I'm sure they all hopefully do.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the work that you guys are doing. And the main reason that I was asking that is because if you get chances to watch board meetings, that's also your chance to hold us accountable and to say, hey, you met with us and we told you what we wanted, and here's how we're seeing that happen and how we're not seeing that happen. And you may remember when I met with you before, I told you I am first and foremost your servant. And so keep that in mind, and that you have the right to hold us accountable. For your friends who ask, do we listen to you? We backed the legislation on graduation attire based on what you told us in the conversation with us.
I really want to kind of echo a lot of the sentiment that's been shared. What you guys are doing, it's always funny when we talk about student leadership boards, because you guys are a leadership board. You just happen to be students right now. And I want you to take your power in that. And as an example, for those who may not know, when Aaron and I Director Kenworthy and I are the two newest board members, and this group held a forum during the campaign. It was one of the only forums where you applauded every speaker. It was one of the only forums where you all collectively came up with the questions together, and it really showed. And that type of leadership and recognizing that even though you may not have had the ability to vote, your voice does matter, and you were able to take that to families, to friends, to communities. And so that was really, I was really impressed. That's something that will personally stay with me for the rest of my life. And so I really appreciate that. I do have a few just random questions, and based on the holding us accountable, when you get feedback, do you feel that you have the avenues to bring it to us? And there's no bad answer here. Yeah, no bad answer.
Okay, don't make me look bad. No, I'm just teasing. It actually is a great question, because that's part of our interest, right? Is that this group increases their influence over time and really is a powerful voice for what our students are thinking.
I think, hello. I think a big part of that is having Tara and Jason and Dave all telling us, here's what is important. And, obviously we find things important that we bring to the board. But, Tara's the one that sent us the legislation on, graduation attire. And I was like, I didn't even know that was happening. And so I think them bringing ideas to us and us, kind of reiterating that, I think, I feel like I have a pathway to be this is what I feel. And I have the honor to be able to say what I feel. And I know I talk a lot, but I have a lot to say. And I feel like in this group, we are able to come together with our ideas and be like, we can do things about this. Like our leadership conference in a couple of weeks, like it's big. Like there's going to be hopefully a lot of students there and all sharing their ideas. And so it's something that we can take and we can learn from and figure out how to help the district.
And to add on to that, the flip side of it, if we have an idea that we would like you guys to hear, it would be like, okay, we'll discuss it. And I have some of these discussions with my colleagues here. They would be like, that's something that I never thought of. That would be like an interesting idea or like a thought. We got to see what the board says. And sometimes does have to happen for you guys to be in the student world, because we're here telling you like, hey, this is a new idea. What do you think? And we just got to be like, maybe this is not that idea that we had in mind to begin with, but as we collaborate and be like, this thought could be an actual thing. And this is where you guys come in and be like, we pitched you this idea, and you guys be like, yeah, let's try it, and then we'll see what happens.
I have a few points to make. I think that the point of this group is to become, there's definitely a divide between your position as adults on the Board of Education and my position as a student. And I think that the goal of this group is to mend that and become a bridge as students who are on a Board of Education, not the Board of Education, but one of them. And so I think that we'll get to a point where we're in a lot more consistent communication about student-based needs and what we as a community are. I think right now, because this is sort of a baby of an organization, it's a little bit scarier to communicate with you guys. You have nice chairs and your own mics and
little microphone.
But I think over time that bridge will be built, and it's going to be really cool to see the consistent communication between students and people in real places of legislative power. I think that's really cool. Another thing is that at my school, I run the SOCA, Students of Color Association, with my friend, and it has been a really good way to have firsthand access to what students are feeling and thinking about their place in a community that is mostly white. And I think groups like that in schools are so beneficial because it's a group of people who go through a similar experience and they say, hey, that's what's happening to me too. And we can relate on that, which means it's happening to everybody. And I think that group has given me a lot of insight on what I want to bring to you guys and what I want to let you guys know.
I appreciate that. And I will tell you, and I think everyone up here would agree with me, we also do have email addresses. And we do get emails from students, and those are probably some of our favorite. And so if you have folks who ask how do they have a voice to the board, it's very direct, believe it or not. It's very direct to all of us. So feel free to share that information with your colleagues and your groups, because we are here to serve you. That's the best way to say it. My last question, I'll hand my little mic over. We as a board often don't always agree on things, but we have to come to a decision and a vote. How do you all interact when you don't agree on things to come to a decision?
The amount of impromptu virtual meetings we have is astronomical. If we have to make a decision, Tara's like, we're getting on a meeting, and we do it, and we make a decision. And even though maybe only 5 or 6 of us are there, we want more, but sometimes only 5 or 6 of us can go, and we just make we make decisions. And I think being able to, obviously COVID really helped with that. And just being able to make quick meetings and quick ideas. And obviously we do share a lot of values and a lot of ideas. And I think that's what's really cool about the group is that never in my life have I seen a more diverse group of students. You look at pictures of us and it's all across the board, which I absolutely love. And so obviously we all come from very different backgrounds, and we're able to share those ideas. And maybe I hear something that I've never even heard of anyone talk about. And I'm like, that's a really good point. And we're like, we're able to just communicate very smoothly without like arguing and all of that. And so just the ability to share ideas and my gratitude for the diversity of this group is just massive.
As somebody who has just the honor to just watch these student leaders in action, one thing that has inspired me is the way that they have really learned from one another and have established just a tremendous amount of empathy. I love that Noah talked about the diversity, and they have diversity of life experience. They present very differently. They just have very, very different lived experiences. And yet they come together and have a shared goal and a shared commitment, and to watch them flex and be active listeners and to validate and to acknowledge diverse perspectives is really inspiring. And frankly, I think, many other boards, adults, our community can actually learn a lot from our students. Just watching, we have students with varying degrees of needs, and they step right in to support one another and make certain that everything, information-wise, but also just experiences are accessible, and they will go out of their way for one another to ensure that. And it's probably been the most rewarding part of this experience. I mean, the whole thing is experience. I told Tracy, I said, you know what, I kind of think I have the best job on cabinet because I get to work with these students, and it's such an amazing part of my job. But to see how they've grown as student leaders and the way that they've learned from one another, I think is something that we as adults can really learn from.
Can I add to that? The question being like, how do we deal with conflict? If you take away, like, it is a very diverse group, and I really appreciate that. But if you take away like all of that and it's just a blank space, we all go to different schools. We all are representing a completely different culture around education. And I think that's really impactful because JCOS definitely doesn't do it the way Wheatridge might do it. And I think that those different perspectives on how education is being brought to us is so cool. I also wanted to say that I don't think we disagree very often, but when we do, we all came into this group with the intention and passion of improving our own school experiences. So I think that it's great that we're all coming from a place of like, I want this to be better for you and for myself, and I want education to be improved for all of us because that's why we're here and that's why we're passionate about being on this board and yada yada yada.
So for many, like as Noah and Isis said, that we all come from different schools and we all come from different walks of life. I feel like one of the most important things that this group brought to them is like, if we do have a disagreement, we'd be like, okay, let's everybody take a step back and realize what the bigger picture is, because we all want to improve our schools. We all want to make our communities better, and that's what this common goal is among this group. That's why we're so driven, and that's one of the things we got to realize too. Whenever we do have those disagreements or those disputes, we all take a moment and be like, okay, I see where this person's coming from. That's most valuable to me as well, and that's what drives this group farther and farther.
One of our latest debacles is what to wear during our leadership conference. Do we wear half zips? Do we wear sweatshirts? Do we wear like V-necks? Like, it's a whole debacle. And so there's this improv lesson that you learn when you're in theater and improv. You never say no, you just say yes and I think like Tara says that all the time, and I love that. And so we never necessarily like aggressively disagree because we're not disagreeing with the person, we're disagreeing with their idea. And so I think that's what we all kind of internally know. And so I think that's really important in our community. And that's why we've grown so close together, is that there's things that we relate on that I wouldn't have seen originally. And so we're able to just not just say no, just like go off of the ideas. And I think that's just what's really important and so freaking amazing about our group.
Well, thank you guys. We really are proud of you and so impressed with what this group has done. So thank you for coming and enlightening our evening.
Thank you so much for your evening and for the support. Thank you. Oh, we're not done. Oh, good.
I have a couple things to say. First of all, and actually, Ms. Zavada, if you can take note of this, I'm thinking we go visit our schools as much as we can. And I'm thinking that we should include the student representatives here when we go to our school visits so they know that we're coming and we can make a point of getting in touch with you. Yeah. So that's one thing. Second thing is I really liked what you were saying, Isis, about different schools that you come from. And what I've seen when I go to my different schools, I'll notice something that's working really, really well in one school. And I know that our articulation areas now are working together. So within an articulation area, I think there's a lot of sharing of best practices. But I'm thinking you guys can share your best practices, things that you think really work well that students like. And then my final thing I wanted to say to you is I hope your schools know that you exist. With us on the school board, we are starting to have town hall meetings to try and get more people to come and learn about the district and ask questions and so forth. And I'm wondering if you and your schools have any opportunities, if you have assemblies or anything where you can take part of it, would be great. And when you do that, I'm thinking you're already starting to learn the difference about what happens at the school level. What can you change there versus what needs to come to the district level and needs to be a district level change. And we're learning that on the board when we get our emails from the parents in the group. For instance, they'll often come directly to us because I'm not going to say some of the things they say. But anyway, it's not really our level that we make the change. It's at the school level. So I think you guys can do a great service that way with your teachers that came to you and asked questions and the students to just figure out, is this a school level thing we should deal with or is it district? So anyway, I'm just going to reiterate that I think you guys are amazing and I really appreciate you coming here.
I'll go last. Thanks for being here. I have seen sometimes boards that have students on their board, and I've always been really envious of that there's student weigh-in at almost every board decision. We always say, we're making these decisions for the kids, but then we get into all this adult talk and forget sometimes, we lose our way. And so I almost wish you all could just sit on the side and we could look at you and say, what do you think about this decision as we're talking about it in real time? And I think that's something that, to your point of hopefully we can communicate with the board and tell them when we have ideas. I think this board and I think any school board would be really excited about having a student just in your ear during all of the different hard decisions that we have to make. And then my question for you, I have 3 girls, one in elementary school, one middle, and one high school. And I think about how they're developing as leaders, and I wonder, was there anything for you all that helped inspire your confidence to become leaders? And also as a district, how do we scale this a little bit so that you all can mentor young people or elementary leaders to become interested or have little elementary boards? What would it look like if we actually expanded this a little bit? And I know we're early, so this is just a dream big question.
I will take any opportunity to mention my mother. My mom and my dad both work at a college, and so they've always, my dad especially, have been leaders throughout their whole life, and I think I've noticed that and picked up on that, and I'm I want to do what he does. That's always just kind of been my idea, and so I joined our student government, and I joined our Sources of Strength program at my school, and then and I really didn't know what I wanted to do with my life, and then I got onto the JSLB, and I was I know what I want to do. This is what I want to do. And I'm so privileged to work with all these amazing people and work with all of you. I'm so grateful to hear about all these ideas. And so that's really cool. And speaking of elementary schools, our Sources of Strength program is going into elementary schools and reading books and talking about kind of leadership and kindness. And so I think it would be really cool to get like younger kids' ideas, because obviously like we're 16, 17, 18-year-olds who are very different than like 10-year-olds. And so I think that's a really cool idea.
Again, I'm going to say my mom. She's a single mom who lived in New York with 3 kids, and now she works in HR at Denver Public Schools. So it's just, she always encouraged me to be whoever I wanted to be and do whatever I wanted to do. And she's my ultimate inspiration for anything. And it's just my mom. I love her so much.
I mean, for me, I grew up with no one really cared about me. I was in the foster care system and eventually found my way here through adoption. And what inspired me was, this is a fresh start, and I have a loving family, and my mom is a stay-at-home mom. We have shockingly 9. I am the 9th sibling of my household. So, but my dad, he loves his leadership role. He works as consumers and sales and for many major companies. So the leader that he is becoming, and what a great thing that he's doing, it inspires me. Like, hey, you know what? Never thought how this far is gonna go, but what I thought while applying for this, I was like, not really sure if I want to do it. There's like that feeling like, okay, what about if you don't make it in? And thankfully, I'm here today speaking with y'all. That I would build a new confidence to be like, I can do it. And to add on to your comment about younger generations for leadership roles, I feel like for most of us, we are all going to start learning about what we are, who we are as a leader. So I feel like if we can teach some elementary schoolers, like, hey, this is the job, or might be some inspiration to you guys, and we can, as I said, through the strength finder test, maybe there's one for little kids. We can sit down with them and take it with them and be like, have you ever thought about this, or have you ever thought about this position to apply for at such a young age? Because that kind of plants the thought in their head. Be like, maybe he is right, and maybe this does sound fun. And start it while you're young, and then you develop a love for it.
I would say for me personally, I think it's just like seeing the change that can happen when you do use your voice. For me, it kind of started young. I was like nominated class president my sophomore year, and I feel like obviously like that's not really nothing. Like you get to pick like, oh, what does your class want to do for like a field day? But I feel like as I progressed like throughout my high school years, and just people like looking to me to be in like leadership positions, I think just like really seeing the change and how it can impact like the students, not just like at my school, but also everywhere. And just like the influence that you have like on the younger generation, I think is what like inspired me. And currently right now, our current principal is literally like just amazing. He has definitely turned Jefferson like just like around like amazingly. And I feel like that just kind of like inspires me more to just continue to like use my voice and just to not be scared. Like if you want to change, just like go for it and just like take action. So yeah.
Today is actually my mom's birthday, and so I'm going to talk about her a little bit. I related to Hugo a lot. My mom was a single mom. I have 2 kids. My brother is 8 years older than me, so he was also kind of like an older figure in my life. And they both had this really unwavering belief that if I said I was going to do something, I could do it. And if I didn't do it, they would push me to do so. And that was really impactful for me. At some points, it was like a little too much. My mom thought that I could like defy physics with a Jenga tower, and it fell on my head when I was like 6. Anyways, that's unrelated. But I think having really an unwavering belief in your child's potential sets them up to be leaders, no matter where they come from, whether they are set up for success financially or not. Early on, I think that it can be really motivating to know that there's somebody who will always consistently believe that you are going to do and can do what you say you will do. And I think that's great. I think programs that instill that belief in children in elementary schools would be fantastic, and I would love it if there was a little mini JSLB that talked about, I don't know, blocks or something. Yeah.
Another inspiration of mine is our one and only Tara Pena. I think going into high school, I was a pretty shy kid and didn't have a lot of self-confidence. And I think just JSLB really opened my eyes to being who I could become, and I could be that big boss applesauce. And she just really showed me that really you can do whatever you want to do and be whoever you want to be. Maybe one day I'm Superintendent Hugo Falico. Maybe one day I'm Dr. Falico. She really opened my eyes and really boosted our self-confidence throughout the group.
We call her Mama Tara. I think what's also a really big inspiration is that our entire board and our superintendent are women. Like, how cool is that? I think that's always like a really big inspiration for me, is just like seeing women in these like really high positions, and I'm like, damn, like, okay. And my mom has always kind of like done that for me. Like she's big boss applesauce in her job, and so like seeing like women in leadership roles and like you guys, like that's like so inspirational for me. And yeah, I do really, really love that.
The U.S. should take some notes. Look what you guys are doing, and we haven't had a female president yet. So what are we doing?
Thank you all so much. This has been a wonderful experience. So I've taken some notes. I think, President Parker, what about a student town hall with our board, like facilitated by like our board member and our JSLB rep, and welcoming students from said community or an articulation area or combined articulation areas? I mean, I want to start planning that like right now. I just think students really are craving opportunities to elevate their voice, especially when they know that they will be heard and action will be taken. So I think that could be a really cool idea. I also think having students attend and sit kind of with our esteemed cabinet colleagues, which they have the time to lunch with, could be a really creative idea, maybe on a rotating schedule, or if we have the opportunity to peek at some upcoming agendas and we know that, this would be a great opportunity to have some student voice elevated. Honestly, I turn kids away from opportunities. I'm like, I only can sit this many kids at this opportunities, but so many students are really craving the opportunity to be involved and especially have access to you all. And I'm a firm believer of kids can't be what they cannot see. I actually, in 5th grade, also was a little aspiring leader and was encouraged to apply for the Principal for the Day contest. And I won, and I got to lead a whole school assembly and lead the school in the Pledge of Allegiance, which those of you who know me is a pretty big deal, and got to be the principal for the day. And who knew that I would go on to be a principal? And so I think, these students are leaders in their own right. They were going to do amazing, incredible, life-changing things with or without JSLB. And I really do believe that Jeffco, our community, and our schools are really better because of these amazing student leaders. And it's really inspired by your support and your leadership as well. So we're very grateful. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. This was the highlight of, yeah.
No offense, Brenna.
No, no offense, Brenda.
Yeah. Best job on the cabinet team, just saying. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you all very much, Isis, Alfie, Tom, Hugo, and Noah, so much for all that you do. Thank you.
And I want to say thank you to the board for having us tonight.
Thank you. Dave and Jason, you as well. Thank you.
We are going to take a dinner break right now. Oh, we should do a picture first. Okay, we are back from our break, and the purpose of our next agenda item this evening is for the board to study and discuss the forecasted financial impacts of an agreement between the district and the Wheat Ridge Urban Renewal Authority. As context for the board and our listening public, the district has been approached by the Wheat Ridge Urban Renewal Authority regarding its Carr Street and Lutheran Legacy Campus urban renewal plans. Through statutory provisions, the City of Wheat Ridge plans to finance certain components of the redevelopment through tax incremental financing. In this type of financing, future tax increments are pledged as debt service to raise funds towards eligible costs of public improvements. Given Colorado law, urban renewal authorities and tax entities such as Jeffco Public Schools are required to meet and attempt to negotiate intergovernmental agreements regarding the allocation of tax increment financing revenue generated within approved urban renewal areas. In the study session, Ms. Copeland will share the district's analysis regarding the potential financial impacts of the proposed agreement and will also be able to answer questions regarding these agreements. The board will be provided separate legal analysis regarding this agreement, which will be presented for adoption as part of the April 11th, 2024 consent agenda. Before I hand this over to Ms. Copeland, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
Nope, glad for Brenna to share more about this with you all.
Great. Well, if the last agenda item was a high note because it was interesting and engaging, this may be the opposite. It's a little bit dry. One thing I did want to say, though, about the Student Leadership Board is when we met with them for lunch, a couple students raised some questions and concerns that are kind of in my domain, so to speak, and is about to inform a recommended change to district policy that we're going to talk about Monday in cabinet around student fees. So anyway, I just wanted you to know we are also listening, and they have really good ideas about how to make things better. So, with that, I want to turn to the memo. So the primary attachment here is a memo, not a presentation. There's no way to really make this pretty and fun. The memo, the punchline is, I do not think there is a financial impact to this agreement. The reason is we would be forgiving effectively or foregoing effectively the base program mills. So those 27 mills, that is the local share of total program. Whatever tax they collect on the incremental value, right? So say this piece of property is worth $10 million today, and after this redevelopment, it's worth $50 million. That's a $40 million increment of assessed value. Whatever the base program mills are on that would go to the Urban Renewal Authority. They wouldn't go to us. But that's okay, because as you know, the state share fills in that which we can predict we aren't going to collect. One fine point I do want to mention is the state only pays us based on a computation of what we assess and expect to collect. If we don't collect what we assess, meaning if some people don't pay taxes, nobody makes us whole. The state share only makes us whole on the front end based on a projection. So that being said, we would take that portion out of our projection of what we would locally collect, and the state would as well. And so the net impact for us, I believe, to be zero if all the things that make up the school finance formula stay the same. The other thing I want to just point out is you do have a legal memorandum regarding this that you should take a look at. That is in executive content, and Ms. Tollison and I spoke about how to provide that to the board and landed on that strategy. So, any questions? Yes.
I have a question. I really not clear on what this incremental thing is, because it's not like a mill levy override. It's nothing that the municipality went out and asked voters to do to increase their taxes or anything. So if you could help me understand exactly how this came about.
Yep.
So state statute speaks to the ability to do a TIF financing. And a TIF financing is the tax increment financing that says an urban renewal authority, properly organized and ordained, so to speak, that's not the right word, can help incentivize development or redevelopment plan. And in this case, the Carr Street plan is largely industrial. And the proposed redevelopment turns it into more efficient and effective light industry with some public works improvements. It doesn't involve adding any residential, and it doesn't currently have any residential. The Lutheran campus plan involves taking the whole big site that currently has the hospital, which is moving to the new big site, which everyone can see from I-70, and turning it into a mixed use of residential, et cetera, et cetera. So the Urban Renewal Authority says, this is what we want to do to redevelop this site. We're going to invite developers to come in and do this piece of it. We know as a jurisdiction, we need to provide infrastructure. Sometimes it's paving, sometimes it's curbs, sometimes it's sewer, things that cost them money. And doing so in advance becomes an incentive to get development that's favorable, et cetera, right? So that's the general gist of it. These types of redevelopments improve the assessed value of the property over time. The financing says for whatever that improved value is, just the incremental value, not the base assessed value, but that improved value, all of the taxes, all of the mills for our base program mills, that money, instead of going to us, right now it goes to us, tax collector collects it, hands it to us, would go to pay this debt that the Urban Renewal Authority issues in order to make the improvements up front. And it's like a 20-year, 25-year period. Again, it has no net impact to us because we know that's happening in advance. And we say, what is our total assessed value net of any tax increment value? And then you are the taxing entity. You set the mills. We do the math for you. You set the mills to collect the right amount of money, and anything in total program that we don't collect, the state pays. Does that make sense? So it really becomes, it's not like a way to have free money. I want to be clear. You could make an argument that and Legal and I have discussed this, you're a little bit shifting the burden to other taxpayers, but you're also kind of not, because we're still only ever going to assess 27 base mills on the other taxpayers. It doesn't increase their taxes, but you're shifting the burden a little bit to the state. Does that make sense?
And is this going forward in the future forever, or does it have an end time?
No, it's just the life of the debt that they issue. So it's usually 25 years-ish. I should double check that. And the document that will be attached to the consent agenda will be a form agreement that Kaplan has helped us negotiate with the Urban Renewal Authority. And it'll have language I'm sorry, my reading is hard, that's specific to how long this will be in place. And I think it's going to say 25 years. It will also have some blanks in the form. That's because we're adopting the same form agreement for both developments. And you would basically be authorizing us to fill it out. We have a certain amount of time to come to this agreement. And so we're sort of towards the end of that. So we want to get the form approval, and then we'll complete it for each development.
Thank you. Cool. Are there any other questions, board members? No other questions? So then I thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, our next agenda item is reserved for the board to receive and discuss Jeffco newcomer services and supports that will launch in the 2024-2025 school year. As outlined in the October 12, 2023 Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools Resolution, the Board of Education charged the district with generating an evidence-based plan to launch newcomer services and supports for recently arrived immigrant and refugee students. The goal is to provide targeted academic, social, emotional, and wraparound family services while also providing access to the many opportunities and activities that come with attending Jeffco schools. Before I turn this over to Ms. Nicothodis and Ms. Pena, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to say?
Ms. Nicothodis.
I'm going to let you begin.
Good evening, members of the board, President Parker, Superintendent Dorland. We're excited to be here with you tonight to talk through the plans that we are proposing for next year to support our newcomers in our schools. We've taken kind of a two-pronged approach as we planned for supports that have included an academic focus and then a well-being, social-emotional support, wraparound supports for the entire family as well as the students. So you'll hear a little bit about both of those plans. This evening, I'd like to introduce my colleagues here. I'll let Tara introduce herself, but this is Jen Harrington. She is our Director of CLDE, which is Culturally Linguistically Diverse Education Department. So she's done some tremendous work researching, looking at things at the state and other schools and other districts and nationally to come to this proposal that we'll share with you this evening.
Good evening, Tara Pena, Chief Family Community Partnerships. Nice to see you.
Thank you. This work all started based on the RAPS resolution from October from the board, making sure that we really have an evidence-based plan for our newcomers. Our school leaders, our teachers, and our students have all felt the impact this year of newcomers across our district. And so really figuring out how do we target academically so our newcomer students can be successful and access grade level content. How do we help them social and emotionally? And what wraparound services might their families need in addition? Just to make sure we're level setting with who we're discussing with newcomers. These are students who are new to the United States, new to U.S. schools, and new to the English language. They are students who, when we screen them, are designated as non-English proficient according to our WETA screener that we give to all of our multilingual learners. In addition, our newcomers quite often could be refugees, possibly fleeing their country for a variety of reasons, which also leads to sometimes a lot of trauma that needs to be mitigated. And many of them also, especially at the secondary level, have limited or interrupted schooling, depending on their circumstances. So while not all of our students fit all of those definitions, there's a wide variety of our newcomers that have come to Jeffco. Currently, as newcomers have been coming, they're just going through the same process that all of our multilingual learners do, all the way from screening to the level of support they receive from our ESL services, and in some cases, dual language programming. What we're looking at is how do we better serve these students with these specific needs due to the numbers that we've been receiving this year. So the programming that we're looking for the academic side, while we have students who might be considered immigrants for their first 3 years in the United States, we're really looking at targeting a specific group of these newcomers. We're looking at those students who are non-English proficient when we screen them. We're looking for students who are in the U.S. less than 1 year. If we've already had students who've acclimated and are part of our school, we don't want to pull them out and bring them back to something quite different. So this is really a more intensive support. And we're looking to prioritize this programming for students who have limited or interrupted formal schooling, that acronym that you might see associated with that is SLIFE students. And there's also some students, even at secondary, who may not be literate in their native language. They may speak it, but not read or write it yet. And so really looking to target those most intensive needs of students who might not have foundational literacy skills in their native language as well. Just updated some of the newcomer demographics. So these are students who have come in with the last 12 months in Jeffco. So this is as of last week. So you can see where our students are coming from, with the highest numbers coming from Venezuela, but coming from a variety of languages, most predominantly Spanish, but many other languages. One thing to note is that while we have over 600 students who come in the last 12 months, K-12, only a little bit under 500 of them actually have that non-English proficient designation. Some students have limited and just benefit from regular ESL services, and some actually are bilingual, biliterate, and don't need any ESL services. So not all students who come new to the U.S. would need newcomer programming or even ESL services. This is just a heat map of where the concentration of our newcomers have come into Jeffco. As you can see by the bluish gray, they're all over Jeffco. They're in Evergreen, they're way up in the Stanley Lake area, they're down in Chatfield. But our hot spots where we've had the highest concentration are in the Jefferson articulation area, Green Mountain, Lakewood, and Alameda. And so those are the areas where we're specifically looking to support programming differently from what we're currently doing for our newcomer students. As of last week, these are students who have arrived in each articulation area in the last 12 months. And you can see those 4 hotspot schools. While there's high numbers in the elementary, there's also middle school and high school newcomers. And so those are the 4 that we have designated to do somewhat of a pilot program for 24-25. So the academic supports are really 3 different pieces that we're looking at. For those high concentration high schools and junior seniors, Jefferson, Alameda, Lakewood, and Green Mountain, we're looking to try a co-teaching model where these students will still have access to grade level content taught by a math teacher, science teacher, social studies teacher, but we will have an additional CLDE teacher, ESL teacher, to help support the language and serve as the language specialist so that they can provide the appropriate scaffolds needed by newcomer students to access those grade level contents. We're looking to keep those classrooms at the secondary level a little bit smaller with a max of 25 students, and that would be the 1 ESL teacher, 1 content teacher for the core subjects. We also have a newcomer coordinator who is working with the principals and the ESL teachers at all of these schools. We actually just met again, all of us this Monday, to start working with registrars and schedulers and to determine which students would begin in this programming and how will we leave space for the students that come in September, December, February, so that there's room for some of them as well. So that would be a total of 150 students we would serve differently in those 4 articulation areas if we max out at 25. We currently have programming called ML, a Multilingual Learner Online Academy. We use that for some of those on the heat map, those schools that are farther away, that they can have synchronous classes with a CLDE ESL teacher who's also serving as a content area teacher. They have a dual endorsement. And they can log in from their school library if they don't have an ESL teacher that has the course they need or someone to co-teach and provide those supports. We've been using this for several years. We're not maxing out its possibilities though. Right now we have about 100 students who are currently enrolled. If we max out all of our classes at 20 each, we could serve up to 300 newcomer students. We do have some higher level students in there who need some graduation requirements who are taking capstone, econ, US history, but we're looking to offer more newcomer specific for 6-12. So this would also include our middle school. At the elementary, we're looking at a flooding model that's a little bit different. We've been moving towards, with our FTE for next year, having a licensed ESL teacher in almost every building. Many of them are split between buildings. Part of what's been on the plate of elementary ESL teachers is when newcomers come in, they're having to do the intake, they're doing the testing, they're having to help get the student acclimated to the building, and that's taking away from their supportive classroom content area teachers and making sure that they're helping with all the other ESL students in the building. So we're looking at moving our classified ESL tutors to serve as an extra support and a flooding model that when newcomers come, they can take over that enrollment piece, or not enrollment, but intake of the assessment, doing some survival English, helping students feel warm and welcome in our Jeffco schools, so that the ESL teachers can maintain their support for the school as a whole. So just really quickly to show you what that kind of just looks like at these 3 different models. This would be the co-taught model with the CLDE teacher co-teaching, which all of the content area teachers, this would be for 9 through 12th grade students. They would be doing 1 cohort. They would teach a double block of English so that we can actually get English in every single day instead of in our block scheduling. They might not have it every day. It'd be every other day. Sometimes it could be every 3rd day, depending on the schedule. This way they'll get English every day, and we can get 2 years of English in 1 year. So we can do our newcomer ELA, ELD class the first semester and move them up to the beginning class the second semester. The one piece that we want to make sure that we're keeping open for students is they have opportunities to integrate into the school. And so they will also have elective classes mixed in with the other students in the school. And we're looking to have, we spoke to principals about how do we have their advisory periods, since it's a 9-12 cohort, with grade level appropriate peers. So they can also have lunch with grade level appropriate peers, so that they are not trapped for their entire day, and they have some integration into the school as well as all the after school opportunities. For the ML Online Academy, this is just kind of showing some of our lower incidence schools that would not have this specific programming, but that their students can log in from a computer to the Synchronous Multilingual Learner Online Academy to get grade level credit, and as well as ELD if they don't have an ESL teacher with the right level course. And finally, this is really just our elementary support, those ESL tutors being on call. Those ESL tutors will be centrally based and probably housed at a school that has newcomers until they get a call, and they will go be that initial support along with Tara's team, who she'll speak a little bit about the wraparound.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, so wraparound supports. So the Division of Family and Community Partnerships stands ready to support and serve our newcomer students and families. Our wraparound services for Jeffco immigrant families will offer a holistic approach to addressing the various needs and challenges faced by these families as they settle into a new country. Some of the key elements of the provided wraparound services for our newcomer families will include 3 family ambassadors to serve our newcomer families. The family ambassadors will be used in the capacity of community liaisons who will be deployed to schools when newcomer students are enrolled and or need support with the enrollment process. The ambassadors will provide culturally responsive wraparound services and supports to families who are experiencing varying degrees of hardship as a result of their newcomer status in the U.S. The family ambassadors will be valuable allies to our families by streamlining supports in the family's native language whenever possible, and resource navigation at the school, district, and community partner level. The ambassadors will also work to provide our families language assistance, educational access guidance, for example, school enrollment, academic placement testing, school acclimation information, FRL application support, etc. They will provide medical and mental health referrals and will provide information and resources around food, clothing, housing, and employment. Another wraparound service that I'm really excited about is a mobile family resource center. So in a district as large as Jeffco, transportation is often a barrier for many of our families. And so this family engagement bus aims to bring resources and supports directly to our most vulnerable families across the district. The bus will be a mobile family resource center on wheels, equipped with Wi-Fi and stocked with non-perishable food, clothing, diapers, books, hygiene items, laptops, and other supportive resources. The bus reimagines family engagement to ensure our families are provided the trauma-informed wraparound services and supports they deserve. The bus is an innovative partnership with CDE that will make accessible, comprehensive, culturally responsive resources for Jeffco families. And as with these wraparound services, we are really hopeful and excited for the positive impact that both will have on all of our families in Jeffco. And that concludes our presentation. Any questions?
Thank you. Board members, questions? Director Kenworthy.
Question. Sorry, may I go? Ms. Pena. Sorry.
Yep.
The bus, I know we've talked about this in our key initiative meeting, so thank you for giving us a preview of this already. I think it answered a lot of questions that I had. But is one thing I just wasn't sure of, does it, with those kinds of supplies on it, it doesn't go, the intention wouldn't be to go to a student and help a student, but the family support. So how is the bus knowing where to go? And like the families as wrapper, I would just assume it needs to, like, I imagine it driving through a neighborhood, which doesn't make sense either. So how does the bus deploy?
Absolutely. So if we have I see it in functionality really similar to that of the first team, where we would receive a ticket or a phone call from an office. We've received a new family from Venezuela and they are needing some support. We would send the bus and the family ambassador to said school to welcome and receive that family and walk them through the enrollment process, make sure that they understand which is their neighborhood school, which school they would be going to, and they would walk them through really that preliminary intake and registration process. We would do academic testing at that point of time, provide access to all of their basic needs, and make sure that the family is feeling welcomed and informed as part of the enrollment process, as well as providing access to basic need resources. So that would be like one example. The other example would be creating a rotating schedule that, on the first, Monday of the month, they're in the Columbine articulation area and you can find them at Columbine Hills. On the next Tuesday of the first Wednesday of the month, they are in the Arvada articulation area. So a little bit like the bookmobile, right? When you think about that they would be able to have a set schedule where families would know, or we could send families to the mobile resource center as well. But we've already been having conversations with our communications team about how we can begin to promote the mobile family resource center so families know how to access that as well. And open to other ideas too. Like, this really is a new and innovative idea. And if there are some creative ways to make sure that it's accessible to families, we want to do that. We also see and envision that in the summers, we know, especially on the Colfax corridor, that there are a lot of apartment buildings. White Swan, we know is there right now. We know it's ever changing, the future of the White Swan, but we would love to be able to send the mobile resource center to apartment buildings, apartment complexes, areas of high concentrations of poverty, so that our families can access those resources as well. Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad to hear the thinking, like, how will they know, and how will they know it's free? And I think a barrier often for these families is feeling like they don't know that they just, deserve it, should ask for it. So how we make them comfortable with getting like a system support when that's probably something that doesn't feel very comfortable sometimes. So I think keeping like how we connect with them and have them trust this.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Having the translation and interpretation team also join the Division of Family and Community Partnerships this year really allows us to think forward thinking in terms of, we have a really strong partnership with our communication team, and a goal of ours is to make certain that information is accessible to families in their native language. And so we are, the ways that we are communicating already looks really different in how we're deploying information. And we've already received positive feedback from, a Vietnamese family that said, wow, having this in my native language at the same time it went out to our English-speaking families feels really respectful, but I also feel informed to be able to take charge and make decisions. So I think there's some really respectful and thoughtful ways that we can promote this in a variety of ways and in multiple languages that will encourage family participation.
That just made me think also, I've heard also some families would be resistant to being identified necessarily, or having to register, having to, just sign in even to things, is a big barrier to receiving services. So I think we might have to anticipate that with some who may come under different experiences.
Absolutely. Yep. And that's why the family ambassador position will be so important. They will be highly trained and skilled to create a really welcoming experience for our families. And that's also why we really reimagined what a welcome center could look like. The brick and mortar experience walking through and into an institution could also feel really intimidating. And so having something that is colorful and inviting, could hopefully take a little bit of that stigma away, but having family ambassadors that are really, trained in understanding the immigrant experience and that can speak the predominant language of our newcomer families. And many of them, at least members that currently work on my team, come from many of the countries that our families are immigrating to here from. And that immediately disarms our families. And we're able to walk them through the importance of kind of the enrollment process. And so many of our families are coming to the United States to access education. And so they also understand kind of the necessary, they don't understand the necessary steps, but understand that they want to get their kids in school and, with some relationship building, are relying on us to help them access that.
A question I've had by email is from people who provide supports for newcomers, and they're curious how they can partner with the district or become part of this program.
Absolutely. We are in kind of the last, hopeful the final stages of actually purchasing the bus. And then once we're able to do that and get these family ambassador positions hired, we would welcome community partnership and support on all the ways they are willing to lend it. Thank you. You can send them my way.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
This work has been really important.
Absolutely. Yes. Director Reed. Director Reed.
I asked this at Key Initiative, so I actually know the answer. But just for people who have, this is new to them. Obviously, the people on the bus, if they speak Spanish, are going to cover about 70% of whoever they will be encountering. What if someone speaks Arabic or Russian or, French?
Farsi or any, of those maybe a little bit more obscure languages. I'm so glad that you asked. Since February, we have rolled out a new resource to the Jeffco community and to our schools. It's over the phone interpretation through the vendor language line. And so every school has a unique access code. You call 1-800-language line. I mean, it's not that, but you understand. And I punch in my distinct school code or my department code, and I am able to access an over-the-phone interpreter in under 10 minutes and over 140 languages. And so while you might not have somebody in person, being able to provide that immediate interpretation. And again, that's not just for our newcomer families. If I'm working at a school and I, have a safety issue or an academic concern or celebration I want to raise, I too can call over the phone interpretation and have that interpreter, on the line in less than 10 minutes. And so we're really excited about that partnership and making information accessible to families. Thank you for asking.
All right. I have a couple of questions. More about the pilot program. So my first question is going to be, have you or do you have plans to talk with staff, teachers, and leaderships at the potential pilot locations about implementation and implications for their staffing models?
Yes, we met with principals probably about a month ago to roll out this possibility. They're very excited about it because they already have teachers who are struggling to serve these students in the best academic way. Met again with them on Monday and introduced them to the newcomer coordinator, who's going to be their go-to. And they are already setting up times to meet with APs, with schedulers, with their ESL teachers to work together to figure out the best way to lay this out. We have given them some additional FTE for that science, social studies, math teacher, and then we will be providing the additional CLDE FTE for them. So this will be on top of the services they already have. Their ESL services for the majority of their students will remain consistent with what they already have. This will be an add-on specific just to that cohort. And some of the principals have already asked, once we get rolling, once we get the hiring done, can you come talk to our school and let us know what this will look like and sound like? It will mostly impact just that cohort, but everybody needs to know that these are part of our community. These are students who are already enrolling and going to those schools. It's not students, unless they choice enrolled, coming from another area. So these are students that already belong to them. We're just going to do some more intentional academics for them.
Sure. I think I just want to encourage possibly talking with the staff, the teachers who are currently working with the newcomer populations right now, because they're hearing about a program that's being rolled out and are probably wondering what that means for them. A conversation earlier rather than later might go a long way to settling some concerns. Another question I have is, let's see. With doing a cohort, and I think you mentioned it earlier, one of the key pieces of language acquisition is having access to native speakers, particularly in peer groups, I think. And so how are we going to balance out, them having access within content area with peers who are native English speakers so that they're not entirely isolated? That's a question I've had a couple emailed to me, so I'm trying to relay.
We'd like to get to a model of co-teaching in Jeffco if this pilot goes as hoped, where there is a bit better balance, like even a 40-60 model. I'm actually putting something in leadership memo next week about intentionally placing students across the board K-12. How do we intentionally put students together? One, for CLDE support to be most effective, but also so students have not only students who might benefit from having conversations academically with students who speak their same language, but also having those native models of English. And so that's what we would like to get to right now, looking at funding differently and programming differently. We have so many newcomers that we really want to give them the intensive support, and the scaffolding that will be created will be much more than a regular ESL class or a sheltered class might be. And we want to make sure that the pace is intentional for native English speakers, and this pace, while we're going to hit the grade level standards, will be scaffolded highly, probably to the extent that it would not serve native English speakers as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. My next question is going to be, when talking about cohorting, we all know our immigration newcomer population doesn't arrive in August ready to enroll at the beginning. It's time for Jeffco schools to start. We should get there so we can jump in the cohort. So I'm just wondering about methods for taking into account late arrivals, early departures, and data tracking about effectiveness of a pilot program over time when there's a lot of movement.
Absolutely.
And people coming in and out at different times. So.
Yeah. A couple things. Part of the conversation on Monday with principals was about defining which students should start in that program. And we're looking at students who pretty much just got here. Those might be the ones we would start there. And we're looking to not fill up those classes. Our newcomer coordinator is working with the principal and ESL teachers to define maybe 10 to 15 students who we know right now are just arriving and they're going to need it next year. So we leave space open. At least about 10 spots, knowing that looking at those numbers of kids who have come and gone, the average is about 20 or less, so we should have space. We're also looking at if students are accelerating once they've settled in at semester, they might be ready to go to just a more mainstream class or ESL class, leaving spots open for other students. As far as tracking, we are doing this program as a secondary line of enrollment. So if it was Alameda High School, it will be a secondary line of enrollment newcomer cohort. That way we can track those students and we can track the data. We're coming up with how we would measure those newcomer students against maybe newcomer students who are at Alameda who aren't in that cohort, against newcomer students who are across the district, maybe in ML Online Academy and not receiving this. So we're already coming up with ways that we can track that data. And by putting that secondary line of enrollment, we'll know that they were in that program. We'll be able to see 4 years down the road, did they graduate on time? All the different pieces that we want to see, is this an effective model? So we are planning for all those pieces.
Cool. You brought up graduation, and so one of the questions I want to ask is, how does this sort of pilot model address credit deficiencies for older students who are approaching graduation? Like when we have older students come in, how does it impact graduation?
Absolutely. Usually, anytime we have a newcomer student, we typically, or a student coming with foreign transcripts, we know they're going to need 4 years of English, and our goal is for them to receive a Jeffco diploma. So we typically start them as a junior. We don't typically start students coming in as a senior. With this particular pilot, we're trying to accelerate our ELA credits, so they will actually get 2 credits in their very first year, which would leave, if they came in as a junior, they would have to double up the second year as well. Mm-hmm. This year, not related to the pilot, but we are doing for the first time newcomer summer school. So there is opportunity for students to gain some traction from elementary all the way up to high school. And if we continue with that model next year, that would be another way for them to accelerate their credit for graduation.
Great. Bear with me. There's still more that I want to make sure I ask. Another question I received is for CLDE teacher coming in, what is the planning time like? If they're going to be working with all these different content areas, how does that get facilitated for that?
Actually, we talked about this on Monday as well with the principals, and made a point that this is only going to work if they have a common plan time. Otherwise, we just have a para in the room trying to wing it. It has to be extremely intentional. We are actually following some co-teaching guidelines where they're gaining traction in Cherry Creek, closing gaps academically with a co-teaching model. Dr. Holly Porter just wrote a book in 2024. We're using a lot of those evaluation tools and pieces to make sure that we're front-loading it. We talked to the principals about really building that relationship between the teachers, getting them together in May as soon as they're hired, because it's going to be the relationship side's huge. And giving them time. We were talking about whether we will be able to pull them on August 12th on that district PL day for part of the time, or if we can use some ad pay to bring them in early. That way we can have all 24, not just Alameda, not just Jefferson, but all 24 in the cohort, really getting the same messaging at the same time. We also had this year, through CLIMB funding, through the Colorado Department of Human Services, we were able to do some additional training on our optional PL days for Jeffco with Diversify Ed Consulting. And they were providing a lot of pieces on mitigating trauma and some of those culturally responsive teaching pieces that would be really essential for this. So I actually just heard back from the state that they look like they'll have some funding by October, that we could maybe do some level of work with them again, so that we're also hitting that social emotional side and that the teachers really understand the needs beyond the academics and that we have that layer too.
Great. So that brings in trauma-informed supports, which was another one of my questions. So thank you. And just to be clear, that common planning time would be all of the teachers and the CLDE from across the content areas together.
It would basically just be that one CLDE teacher, and they would have a day where on maybe a block schedule, they co-plan with the math teacher, and that might be for the next week. Okay. And the next day, during their plan, they might be co-teaching with the science teacher for the next week. We talked to the newcomer coordinator, and because the principals were somewhat concerned about, well, what about our PLCs? And sometimes they're planning with their, their team, and looking at coverage for classes. She can cover for needs as they come up too. But we're looking to intentionally plan now. That's why she's meeting with the schedulers and trying to make sure that kind of all of the stars align so that we do have that, because it's essential. It doesn't work without co-planning.
Absolutely. I agree.
I do just want to add one comment. The added benefit of this, as well as a capacity building model for all of our staff, is they're working with the ESL teachers in the classroom. They'll have modeling on a daily basis of strategies that are more effective for multilingual learners. And this is something we're trying to scale out across the district for all of our classroom teachers, because quite frankly, we have, multilingual learners across all of our schools. They're just, the numbers are different. So all of our teachers need to be using these strategies. So this is a really effective way to identify what those strategies are and the impact they have, so we can scale them out to everybody.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. So for example, the science teacher might only have the one class that's a newcomer class, but they're learning all the strategies, and in their other 4 classes during the day, where they most likely have at these schools, multilingual learners, they can be applying those skills as they use them.
Excellent. For folks who are not aware about the differences between dual language programs, what's the other one? Just immersion programs, or a newcomer program. Can you tell a little bit about the difference between those?
Sure. Our dual language programs we have 2 of them. One for native Spanish speakers, and they are learning English gradually as the years go on. The other one is we have a two-way program where it's half native English speakers and half Spanish speakers, and they are doing 50% of their instruction in both pieces. The goal for those programs is to become bilingual, biliterate. This newcomer programming is really ESL services. All of it will be in English, and that's why we need an ESL teacher to help the content teacher know what are the right scaffolds based on their language proficiency. And that also makes it open to students of all languages that we see coming in from many different areas. We won't need it. It's not going to be bilingual at all. It will just be in English.
I think that I've asked all my questions. just, I think the last thing I want to bring up is just there may be concern about cohorting students looking like or presenting like segregation or isolation.
Mm-hmm.
So then what kind of culture building or how do we address that so that it doesn't look like they're being isolated?
And that's the reason we went against having a newcomer center where all the students in the building are just the newcomers and they don't have opportunity to integrate into the school. What I learned from other districts as we were kind of planning all of this was that always flopped for everybody who's tried that. And that if students built a relationship at a school, they wanted to stay at that school. And that's why, one, we're not pulling kids who've been here for 2 or 3 years. We're looking at the kids who just arrived, who have the most significant needs, who really aren't being successful in the mainstream classroom. We're looking at it for no more than 1 year. They will not be, it won't be a tracked past that year, other than we'll be looking at their data to see if this really impacted their acceleration. And we will be looking at DPS. They look at kids every 6 months at the semester. I guess what is that? 4 months to see are they ready to move on? Do they still need this intensive programming? And that's the other reason why we want to make sure that they have opportunity for electives that are with students from the school. Their advisory is with grade level peers. Their lunchtime was with grade level peers. And when I went to visit Boulder High School, they were the kids were in the sports. They have the opportunity to go to, the dances and the pep rallies and the sports events. And so really trying to integrate them with that school. I think it will need to be really intentional to make sure that they feel part of that and they don't feel like they're segregated, which is why we're trying to provide some opportunities during that first year and making sure that it's a limited time that they are in program, no more than 1 school year.
Cool. And so the principals at the pilot locations are, you said, excited?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Because they've already been calling me saying we need help, we need more FTE, and what we really need is some more intentional programming around how we do business versus, yes, we're looking at more FTE, but we're going to use it very intentionally to make sure kids are successful past this first year too.
Fantastic. Thank you for answering my questions. I really appreciate it. Yeah, thanks.
I had one thing. I also just want to acknowledge that I do think, I so appreciate that Renee and Jennifer are starting this academic side of this work in a pilot fashion to see how it's going, to be able to answer some of your questions, Director Kenworthy, with data. And I want to acknowledge too that this is a bit of a shift from how we have in how Jeffco has supported multilingual learners. And I talk often about that just right balance between system coherence and school-based autonomy. Our schools have been incredibly autonomous in how they meet the needs of our special populations, and especially our multi-language learners. And our data, our student achievement data, tells us that's not working. And so we have made a decision as a district leadership team to shift this more into a tighter model to see if we can make sure that this is going to work. And are we going to support our students in a better way towards transitioning into English and also just transitioning into a different culture that they're now living in. And so I just want to acknowledge that there may be some angst around our team, Jennifer's team, coming in and saying, this is how we're going to do it. You get to be part of this pilot. Here are the benefits with FTE and opportunity to learn and help us learn about what works and what's not working. But that's really different for a lot of our schools. And that may be where some of the concern is coming from. And one of the takeaways I think we should just note is that we should be really conscientious of that shift and think about that from a change management perspective with these 4 schools. So I appreciate all the questions, but I do want to just call out that kind of more philosophical shift that I think is kind of leading to some of the worry and concern. So thank you.
And we haven't shared as much with schools yet because we're waiting for formal approval to move forward and didn't want to put everybody in a frenzy before due time. I have had individual conversations with a lot of teachers at the school, like on the snow day. We had Google Meets together to make sure they understood what was coming and that they had the opportunity to be that CLDE teacher if they want to apply to that position specifically for newcomers.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the time and thoughtfulness and for answering the questions. I know that everybody involved, people who are doing the work right now, along with people who are imagining, the pilot program, we're all working to try to figure out how we're going to best meet the needs be informed about how we do our initial approach and then continue to adjust as we move along. That's the point of a pilot program, right? So thank you for being responsive to questions and for holding the space for this conversation this evening, and also for your leadership and your vision in recognizing that there's a community that really does need some additional attention. I appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I have one quick question. We focused a lot on the post-secondary schools, and we did learn in our key initiatives meeting, and I want to bring it up for those listening, that it looks very different in the elementary models. And so I just want to kind of confirm, or have you confirm, that really, because there's so many wraparound services built into the elementary level, and because they're with one teacher most of the day and there's already supports, that's why the models look different? Is that a correct assessment?
Yes, and there are more supports just in elementary. Everybody's new to school, but actually just sending out some intentional placement, like making sure that we're putting them with teachers who maybe have their 45 clock hours already in CLDE, and so that we can use our current CLDE staff to go into classrooms and not have to go to all 3 fifth grade classrooms. How can we intentionally cluster, but having that balance of like a 40-60, that piece. As well as we are looking at, for those tutors who are coming in with that really needy survival English kind of piece, the pieces that we're piloting for summer school, we are going to be ordering and training the ESL tutors so they can actually come with some resources and some materials that might be different than what they're doing in their grade level time, and getting that extra support. So it will look a little different. We're trying to get away from our ESL teachers pulling kids out in a hallway and doing something completely different, and pushing in for math and science and social studies, even at elementary. And that was a big shift for them this year, to make sure that they are building capacity of teachers in the same way they are for high school. But at the elementary, we can consult, I can model for you, but it's not about me pulling kids in the back of the room or in the hallway. So we are moving that way for elementary. We just have a different staffing model that it works a little bit differently.
Right. And then just as a follow-up, I know we do have families that roll in with preschool children. Preschool is a slightly different model, and the ability to take advantage or pay for preschool, frankly, is not the same for these families. But I would hope, and maybe this question is for Ms. Pena, you mentioned diapers. If we find out that these families have young students at that level, I hope we are doing some supports for them through books, through just anything we can. Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation. It's really nice that we had a preview of it and our initiatives, and now getting even more detail. I just have 2 quick questions. One of them is, I mentored a young refugee, an unaccompanied minor from Uganda. And she did end up going to Bear Creek High School, and she did go in as a junior, but it was really hard to figure out where to place her. And some countries are not going to have real easily understandable transcripts. So how do we place students like that?
We do have a procedure around foreign transcripts. It's part of Jeffco's transcript procedures guidance. And we actually participate in that training for new registrars and counselors about how to intentionally place, not only how to look at their transcripts and decide what credits to give them, but for our students, especially coming from Venezuela, they don't have any paperwork. And so how do we do a family interview and decide, have they had seat time? When was the last time they were in school? What type of classes were you taking? There's a whole procedures piece on that. Having said that, we're in the middle of, since I'm new to the role, we are updating a lot of our procedures and documents. So I have reached out to, I got from DPS and Boulder their procedures, and we're revising ours to make sure that it's all encompassing and has all the pieces. But there is a process in place, and we've already been asked to train counselors, all counselors in the fall, not just ones who are new like we currently do, in those procedures. So we will have, here's the classes, here's the schedule, here's what grade level they should go into, and here's how you can decide what would be appropriate programming regardless of your school. But that is coming again in the fall.
In this case, Suzanne was told that she already had completed all the necessary classes for high school, and so she didn't need to go to high school and that she could just go to college. Well, she was new to the country, and she did not. In fact, she was only 16, so I was very surprised that they would encourage her to go to college. So I'm not sure what the process was, but she was in foster care at the time. If there's a conflict, does a foster parent or a parent, and I actually want to bring into this too, we had an email, some of us got an email not too long ago about another student who was too old, coming from, I think it was Ukraine or Russia, and their parents wanted him to be able to graduate and be in as a senior. So how do we handle, do we have any waivers or exceptions for certain?
A lot of these things are still principal decisions in the end. Do you want to speak to that, Tracy?
I think this is another example of our need to find the just right balance between system coherence and school-based autonomy. And it might be a little bit less than that. It's more about district-wide systems and I think procedures and guides for how we do things. And I really appreciate Jennifer's leadership, because a couple things that I think to highlight about what she's brought to us in her short time. One is learn from others, right? Other people have done these things in other districts, and they have more systemic approaches to how they identify students at what level and place them, those kinds of things. And she's brought also this just level of expertise that I think we've really been needing around our multilanguage learners, and I appreciate that. Thank you. And so I think this is an example of where each school might have, they are doing their best, right? And they want to do right by kids, but they may have their own version of how they do these kinds of things. And so whether you show up at Dakota Ridge or Bear Creek or Ralston Valley, you might get a different experience. And that's not okay. And I think I know our principals would agree. And I think they are happy to be getting some guidance and some tools to use to make sure that they're doing right by families and making the best decisions possible.
Great. And just one final question. Of the 601 or so students that were identified in the last 12 months, how many of them would you consider transient, so that they really only stay a short period of time?
That was something I asked about, that we didn't have the numbers of the students who have left. These are just ones that are currently still enrolled. It's something that we could pull, but we would have to run a different report for that. And I think it just varies by the school. I know some principals have said it's been like a rotating door. It looks like we only have this many newcomers, but they have come and they have gone, and they've had different host families. And so actually the impact is much more than the numbers that we're showing.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think it's really, you ask a great question. I think it's really important to distinguish between a migrant family and an immigrant family. And as we also know, the competitive housing market and just acquiring housing in Jefferson County, it's a lot more difficult and challenging than it is in some surrounding cities in the metro area. And so that, unfortunately, we believe Jeffco is a really welcoming community to all families. And we've seen, at least in my division too, as we support our McKinney-Vento families and families that are trying to secure housing, it is a lot more difficult to do here in Jefferson County. And so sometimes that is a deterrent for families to move here in the first place. Usually it's because they can double up with the family, or they have a host family or something else. But it really is, it is a challenging place to acquire housing in Jeffco. So that does contribute to the mobility that we're seeing with our immigrant families. And those that are here have been really grateful for the supports that we've been able to provide as well.
Great. Any other questions? No, I think this is very exciting that we're going to be doing this. Thank you for all your hard work in this. And best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay, we have reached the final item on our agenda this evening, and it is to receive a preview of the April 11th consent agenda. As a reminder to the board and our listening public, Superintendent Dorland will be providing a preview of items for board action anticipated to appear as individual action items on the consent agenda at our regular meeting next week. I'll now hand it over to Superintendent Dorland.
Thank you, President Parker. I'm just going to go down the list. You all have it in your board docs. The first topic on the tax increment revenue intergovernmental agreement with the city of Wheat Ridge, you heard about earlier this evening. If you have questions about that and want to talk to legal counsel, let me know, and I can get you in touch with either Julie, Colleen, or Kristen Edgar, who's been supporting our team with that. So please just let me know if you want more conversation about that after you read the legal memo and Brenna's memo as well. Thanks. Property surplus recommendation. We talked about this tonight. there is a possibility we could put this on the consent agenda to next week. I think I would like a little bit more direction on if you feel that's appropriate yet, or if you want more conversation. And maybe that's something Mary and I can talk more about, and you can kind of coordinate with your board colleagues.
Yeah, I was thinking too, especially Dr. Varda had some specific questions. So if we could get some answers to those, maybe we can talk about that.
Would we be being asked to vote on all of them as a package?
No, we would be voting on them each separately. Mm-hmm.
I only really have an objection to PEC. So, wait, like PEC or PAR? PEC. So I don't have an objection to the others, personally. But we can talk about it.
Okay. Do you want, I could remove PEC. We could remove PEC and just bring the others. And that way we just have more time to talk about PEC.
I appreciate more time.
Okay.
That one.
If that's okay with the rest of the board, we'll bring the others and remove PEC so that we can, and we'll follow up with you, Director Varda, offline and try to get your questions. And then we'll make sure the whole board gets the information related to what you're asking. Okay, great. So I think Lisa's listening. Okay, great. We have the Jefferson Academy and 2 roads contracts. You went through the authorization already on these. This is just, we have now completed the contracting process with them, and those contracts will be on consent. The next piece is the Arapahoe Community College concurrent enrollment contract at estimated expense of $1.2 million. This is basically a rate per credit for students, and that rate did increase from 156 to 164. As you can imagine and probably know, higher ed is having some of the same financial challenges as K-12 and just underfunded, and so that we are seeing a rate increase. There's a little bit of context there, but it does allow our high school students to be taught by teachers who are certified and then receive the college credit that they deserve by taking the course with a certified teacher. The PK creative curriculum. Sorry, I'm really excited about this one. You guys studied it last month, and you also discussed it in your key initiatives meetings. Very excited. That'll be a contract for you to actually approve the expense to purchase for a 5-year term. And then we have a couple of IT items here. Contract award on Oracle Mythics. It really is to renew the maintenance contracts for the Oracle and PeopleSoft applications, which runs basically our human resources, financials, database management, asset lifecycle management, and many other essential enterprise operations needs. And so this actually purchasing it through this vendor, I believe, gets us a pretty good discount versus purchasing it directly from Oracle. So that's a good thing. If you have questions about this, we can answer them pretty quickly right now. I think Jill is here. This is, at some point, we're going to be discussing with you a new project for a new ERP. I will just be really honest with you. This, which is an enterprise resource product planning, it's the system, the IT system that basically runs all of these different functions across our service organizations. This is an outdated product. And Oracle PeopleSoft is telling us that they're going to no longer be pushing updates through the server because most people have shifted these types of products to the cloud. And so we are really needing to upgrade these systems, and we are going to have a presentation about that soon. It's a really tricky process when you do this because you have to run your old system while you implement the new system, and you can't flip the switch until you do a lot of testing in different environments to make sure you can do things that are really important, like paychecks, right? Yeah, exactly. Or allow people to apply for jobs, right? Or hire people, actually get them through a system. So it's going to be complicated. It's going to be a long-term project, but this one allows us to continue to work our current system.
Superintendent, is that a 1-year contract?
Yes, it is year to year with Mythics and our Oracle PeopleSoft products.
Thanks. All right, great question. Thank you. And then we also have our Front Range Gigapop membership. which is like really cool way to say that we get some collaboration opportunities with sort of publicly funded universities, health and research institutes to provide internet access and enhance routing and provide direct peering connections with entities like Microsoft, Google, Apple. And so Jill can talk more about this if you have questions, but this allows us to have really awesome internet service for our students and our employees through a collaborative. Do you have questions? Okay. And then the next one that's a 5-year contract that they'll be approving, correct, Jill?
That's right.
Yep.
$1 million for a 5-year term, which is a great deal when
Great
it comes
deal.
to internet access.
Yes.
So,
yeah, it's an incredible partnership. The last one is Microsoft, $3 million for a 3-year term so that we can have licenses for all of the Microsoft applications that we use as a district. And finally, Apple. To do some of the really cool things that Apple products do, especially for our students. I'll just say, for example, at Conifer High School, the media lab that the kids have there where they produce the communications for the school newspaper, they create magazines, and some of the engineering courses, high-level engineering courses that we provide for kids require Apple computers are just better. Plus, we have superintendents who use Apple products. So we also partner with Apple on some tools and resources for the district. It's not just for me. Nope, this isn't just for me. Yeah. So those are the contracts and things that will be on consent agenda. If you have questions about them as you see the materials loaded on Friday, please feel free to reach out. We are happy to answer questions before the meeting. If you'd like anything pulled off the consent agenda for discussion, we'll make sure that happens if you let me and Mary know. And we look forward to seeing you all and our listening public back here again next Thursday evening.
Yes, thank you. That does bring us to the end of today's agenda. We will stand adjourned. Our next regular scheduled meeting is 5 o'clock on April 11th here at the Ed Center. Thank you, everybody.